Chapter 1935. Father. He Ji-chu roared. His usually clear and cold voice was terrifyingly hoarse, like the sound of sandpaper rubbing against a rough steel plate. He jumped up and grabbed Lu Jin's hand. Uncle Gu. Save my father. Save my father. Lu Jin quickly pushed him away and walked over to observe He Qingjin's condition. 5 minutes later, he said regretfully, Young Master He, it's not that I don't want to save your father, but your father has already passed away. No matter how powerful I am, I can't save a dead person. If he could, he would have saved Su Wen long ago. Lu Jin thought about it regretfully and shook his head. He took a step back and made way for He Qingjin's bed. He Ji-chu stood alone in front of He Qingjin's bed. His lower lip trembled violently. He tried hard for a long time, but he couldn't say a complete sentence. He looked at his father closing his eyes in front of him, and there seemed to be a smile on his lips. His mind was empty for a moment, as if he hadn't thought of anything, but also as if he had thought of a lot. His knees went weak. He knelt on the ground and buried his head in front of He Qingjin's bed. He thought about how his father had always doted on him the most since he was young. In their family, it wasn't a strict father and a loving mother, but a strict mother and a loving father. He had been immersed in his own world for so many years, chasing after the woman he liked. He had rarely thought about what his father would do. Perhaps in his subconscious, he had always known that no matter what happened, his father would always be by his side to support him. That was why he could be more willful and self-centered than others. Even though he had grown up to be able to take charge of things on his own and had risked his life to do many missions, he still had a clear path in his heart. It was all given to him by his father. Now that his father finally couldn't hold on anymore, he wanted to look for his mother. He had finally abandoned him. He Ji-chu didn't blame his father for making this choice, because if he were in his father's shoes, he would have made the same choice. But he was also his father's son. After so many years of relying on each other, how could he let it go so easily? Moreover, in the past 7 years, he had focused all his attention on tracking down Gu Nianji's whereabouts and had neglected his father. Gu Nianji looked at He Ji-chu kneeling in front of He Qingjin without saying a word and felt extremely uncomfortable. She knelt beside him and put her arm around his shoulder. Young Master He, don't be too sad. General He doesn't want to see you so sad. He Ji-chu shook his head. His face was deathly still, and he didn't say a word. He Ji-chu would be in big trouble if he continued to hold it in like this. Gu Nianji panicked. Young Master He. Young Master He. Brother. Don't be like this. If you want to cry, then cry it out. He Ji-chu's emotions suddenly broke down. He turned around and hugged Gu Nianji tightly. He rested his chin on her neck as if he wanted nothing more than to embed himself in her body. Gu Nianji shook his arm and comforted him gently. Brother, your father is gone, but you still have us. General He doesn't want to live anymore. Just let him go with dignity. She then said angrily, in the end, it's all because that old thief Qin Bei is too sinister. He even resorted to such a disgusting method. By subduing him, General He is doing the people a favor. He Ji-chu's tears finally flowed down and dripped onto Gu Nianji's shoulder. When Lu Jin saw this, he wanted to pick He Ji-chu up and throw him outside. He said impatiently, He Ji-chu, you're already 30 years old. Think about my Nianji. She was said to be an orphan since she was young. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes at Lu Jin speechlessly. She wanted to say that he was going too far. He was still stabbing He Ji-chu in the heart at a time like this. Unexpectedly, when He Ji-chu heard this, his sobs gradually stopped. Yes, compared to Gu Nianji, he had no reason to feel sorry for himself. He had no reason to be weak. He gradually let go of Gu Nianji and looked at her concerned expression. Her big eyes were filled with undisguised worry, and fine beads of sweat seeped out of her forehead. She really cared about him, although it wasn't the kind of care he wanted. However, this was already the closest they could get to each other. Hijichu took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, "Sister, thank you for not despising your useless brother." Gu Nianji's tears fell as well. She buried her head in Hijichu's arms and cried. "Brother, I don't despise you. You're not a useless brother. Without you, I would have become a slice of Qin Yaoguang in the laboratory a long time ago, but if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been born to suffer." Hijichu took out a tissue from his pocket and patiently and carefully wiped Gu Nianji's tears. "But I still wanted to be born." Gu Nianji held his hand and said with a smile through her tears, "No matter what the reason was, it's always good to be able to give me life. And I'm very happy to be able to save my brother's life. This will make me feel less guilty." "What are you feeling guilty about?" Hijichu calmed down and pulled her up from the ground. "The matters of the previous generation have nothing to do with you. You saved me. In this life, I'll only recognize you as my sister." Lu Jin's eyebrows had just risen, but then he lowered them in relief. It was good that he recognized his sister. If he wanted to recognize someone else, Lu Jin wouldn't care, but Lu Yuan would. This was a big shot that Lu Jin couldn't afford to offend. He was a very sensible person. He only lowered his head to the people he truly admired. Gu Nianji herself had her own selfish motives. She wanted her father to be able to regain his identity in a dignified manner and be able to gain He Qingjin's forgiveness. However, doing so would inevitably hurt He Qingjin. He Qingjin could have died without knowing that Qin Suwen had a child with someone else. "Brother, I hope you don't blame me for making your father sad and regretful for the sake of my own father," Gu Nianji muttered. "But he's my father, I know." Hijichu no longer had any ill feelings towards Lu Jin. On the contrary, he was filled with gratitude towards him. This was the person who had truly saved his life. He had saved him twice and his father, He Qingjin, once. Moreover, this person was Gu Nianji's biological father. Hijichu nodded at Lu Jin. He took Gu Nianji's hand and handed her to Lu Jin. He said aloofly, "Uncle Gu, I know that Nianji actually yearns to live with her father and mother. Mother won't be able to live, but you can still be with her and make up for the regrets of the first half of your life." Lu Jin nodded repeatedly. "Of course. She's my daughter, and I'll never leave her again." Gu Nianji also breathed a sigh of relief. This was great. She didn't have to worry about Lu Jin doing anything earth-shattering and unreliable anymore. At that moment, the door of the RV was opened again. Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan got into the car. Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan looked at He Qingjin's lifeless, pale face on the makeshift hospital bed, and Hijichu's reddened eyes. They asked, "What's wrong with General He?" Hijichu replied dryly, "My father passed away." He then looked at Hu Xiaoheng. "Do you still want to continue with your plan?" "What plan?" Gu Nianji and Lu Jin looked at each other, then at Hu Xiaoheng. "Major General Hu, what other plans do you have that you haven't completed?" Qin Yaoguang was taken away by the KGB of the Soviet Union for experiments. Qin Bei was detonated by Hijichu's shot, and the time bomb inside his body was reduced to ashes. Even Lorraine had been kicked into the sinkhole by them. What other plans did they have? Hu Xiaoheng had gone to look for Lu Yuan just now for this matter. It hadn't been easy for him to convince Lu Yuan, and now he had to convince Lu Jin. However, He Qingjin had already passed away. This was a little unexpected. Hu Xiaoheng didn't immediately answer Gu Nianji and Lu Jin's questions. Instead, he looked at Hijichu and said, "General, he suddenly passed away. What are you going to do?" "Just now, your military surveillance cameras have already recorded everything. General, he had carried out acts of lynching. This is a very serious problem." He was talking about He Qingjian shooting his friend to death. He Zichu had a legitimate reason for killing Qin Bei because Qin Bei had threatened all of their safety at the time. He had fired in self-defense. However, He Qingjian had shot to death that friend who had betrayed Qin Huichang, but he had shot a person who couldn't fight back. Although that person had committed a felony, He Qingjian shouldn't have lynched him. Especially since He Qingjian was still the #1 member of the Supreme Military Council. If he was still alive, the problem would be even more serious. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She said in a low voice, could this be the reason why General He was determined to die? If he passed away, the mistake just now could be dealt with leniently. At least it wouldn't affect He Zichu. No, it can be said that from the moment he shot that friend to death, he didn't want to live anymore. Hua Xiaoheng sighed. In the end, he wanted to perish together with Qin Bei. He Zichu was silent for a while, then said, I can handle all of these things. You don't have to worry about me. When he said this, his expression was determined and tenacious. The pain of losing his father didn't break him down. Instead, it made him truly grow up. He could strategize and hold up the sky for the people he wanted to protect. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and didn't beat around the bush. He continued, okay, let's talk about my plan now. Gu Nianji and Lu Jin wanted to prick up their ears to listen. His gaze swept past Lu Jin and Gu Nianji's crossed hands, and he said calmly, I've already contacted the other side. In 15 minutes, they'll open the magnetic field channel. Nianji, Uncle Lu, come with me and President Lu. Before Gu Nianji could react, Lu Jin was already stunned. Go, go, go. Go where? How? Do you have enough energy? You can also open the magnetic field channel. Don't your magnetic field resonators need to use DNA markers? He actually asked such a professional question. Gu Nianji's feelings of parting were instantly shattered. She looked up at the roof of the RV, and her thoughts had already drifted to the other side. She was about to see Ms. Song, Chi-Chi, Brother Xiong, and Brother Zhe. And she would bring her father with her. Gu Nianji grabbed Lu Jin's hand and said loudly, Dad, come with us. If you don't leave, I won't recognize you as my father anymore. Okay, okay, okay. Lu Jin was very obedient to Gu Nianji and was pleasantly surprised. He continued to ask Hua Xiaoheng, how did you do it? Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said, of course we need DNA markers. But when I went back a month ago, I already brought the DNA samples of the three of you over to mark them. So in 15 minutes, the magnetic field channel will open again, and we'll be able to go back together. You can ask our chief scientist about other questions after you get there. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1924, The Closest Distance. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes, there are 2 updates today. At 8:00 in the evening of the second update. P.S. Thank you to Disc Loves Reading for the 70,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Wu Ai Tang for the 20,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Thank you to McMug Loves Blue for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Congratulations to Disc Loves Reading and Wu Ai Tang for becoming the 32nd and 33rd leaders of Hello, Major General. Kiss me, little angels. Chapter 1936. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat and she glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. Why didn't he just say Ms. Song directly? Instead, he said Chief Scientist in a roundabout way. She didn't believe that there was a more talented candidate among the high-energy physicists over there than Ms. Song. However, looking at President Lu Yuan, who was standing behind Hua Xiaoheng with a rare expressionless face, she seemed to understand something. Looking at her father, who was still excitedly discussing academic issues at this critical juncture, she shook her head inwardly. As expected, he relied on his own abilities to be single. The more capable he was, the more unbreakable he was when he was single. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and smiled faintly. Dad, of course they can open the magnetic field channel. Otherwise, how would Major General Hu come over? As she said this, she glanced at He Jichu again. When Hu Xiaoheng mentioned his plan, he didn't care about He Jichu, who was standing there. Did this mean that He Jichu actually knew Hu Xiaoheng's true identity? Gu Nianji had suspected it before, but now it had finally been confirmed. He Jichu noticed her gaze and looked down. He said calmly, Major General Hu contributed to this entire plan. He also showed his sincerity to my father and me. This is his true identity. Faced with Gu Nianji's puzzled expression, Hu Xiaoheng calmly held her hand. Their fingers intertwined, he explained, some things need to be resolved once and for all, so we have to rely on the power of the other side. Fortunately, General He and young Master He are both reasonable people. They didn't make things difficult for us, so this plan was able to be carried out smoothly. Of course, it was impossible for the Soviet Union to send out their real ace of the Far East, Peter, without the help of someone like He Qingjian. And only He Qingjian would be able to make Hu Xiaoheng not have to give up more benefits. Gu Nianji looked at He Jichu in shock. She hadn't expected He Qingjian to not kill Hu Xiaoheng even after knowing the truth. That time, he had suspected that Ace of the Far East, Peter, Hu Xiaoheng, was actually Hu Xiaoheng from the other world, so he would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. He had asked Qin Jining to use an anti-material rifle against him. Gu Nianji had taken a bullet for him and almost died. He Jichu looked at Gu Nianji with a complicated expression. He thought that as long as he gave up on Gu Nianji and was with another woman, his father wouldn't have to kill Hu Xiaoheng. He hadn't thought through the stakes, but how could a person's feelings be so easily? Unless he had never used his heart. He touched Gu Nianji's head sadly and tried his best to act like an older brother. Nianji, have a safe trip. I won't be seeing you off. Gu Nianji pushed Hu Xiaoheng's hand away and walked over to hug He Jichu. Brother, come over to our place for a vacation when you're free. He quietly plucked a strand of hair from He Jichu's body. He Jichu smiled wryly. He wanted to contact them, but he didn't have the strength to do so. This was because they no longer had the energy to activate the high-energy magnetic field. Therefore, the other party had been in regular contact with Hu Xiaoheng to keep abreast of the situation here. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't take the initiative to contact them. He took a deep breath and said, no need. I hope you can seal off the magnetic field channel and stop contacting us. The two worlds are becoming more and more different. If we continue to interact, it will only bring harm to both of us. That was the truth. Lu Jin immediately gave scientific evidence. In fact, parallel worlds will eventually go in completely different directions. This is a Y-shaped curve, not a type 2 curve that is always parallel. Gu Nianji was completely clueless about high-energy physics, but she trusted Lu Jin's skills and abilities, so she felt even worse when she heard this. Brother, then you have to be good. I'll call you with the quantum communicator. She made a gesture to make a phone call. Is that okay? Lu Jin nodded. The quantum communicator doesn't use much energy, and it's at the quantum microscopic level. Even if it's connected, it won't cause the fission of the two worlds. He Jichu actually didn't even want to make a phone call. But seeing Gu Nianji's insistence, he still nodded. I'll be very busy during this period of time. If I don't answer your call in time, don't mind. No. Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. I also have a lot of things to do. When I'm free, I'll call you. It's okay if you don't answer. Lu Yuan listened for a while, then walked over and pressed Gu Nianji's shoulder. He said to He Jichu seriously, young master He, I have something else to tell you. Gu Nianji had no choice but to take a step back and wait for Lu Yuan to talk business with He Jichu. Lu Yuan took out his phone and sent a series of documents to He Jichu. He said, I just communicated with the company and have already authorized the change of the Lu Corporation's shareholding. The documents signed by Lu Jin and I have already been sent to the CSRC. From now on, the Lu Corporation will be state-owned. I hope you can send someone reliable to manage the Lu Corporation. Lu Yuan had to leave. The Lu Corporation that he and Lu Jin had founded was the only thing he couldn't let go of. He Jichu was shocked. You want to give the entire Lu Corporation to the state? That was not a small amount of property. It was taken from the people and used for the people, Lu Yuan said calmly. Lu Yuan said calmly, for me, I founded this company just to have a place to live. Now that I'm going home, I naturally have to leave it to you. He paused for a moment, then said implicitly, industries like internet security and medical education shouldn't be controlled by private individuals in the first place. Young master you do have a lot of things to do. He Jichu suppressed his feelings deep in his heart and nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand. In this position, I shouldn't avoid my responsibilities. I will discuss these issues with the cabinet and the Senate. I will indeed be busy in the future. He looked at Gu Nianji again, and there was a hint of reluctance in his hoarse voice. Nianji, after you pass, you have to protect yourself well. I can't attend your wedding, but your father can. Just remember to send me your wedding photo. Gu Nianji nodded fiercely. Of course, of course. Brother, are you really not going to attend our wedding? Brother has been very busy recently. He Jichu felt that Hu Xiaoheng would probably be eager to hold a wedding to bind Gu Nianji to him once she returned to the other side. Gu Nianji said, we won't hold a wedding right away. I also have a lot of things to do. Besides. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng. I just found out who my biological mother is. I want to mourn her for a year. Although they wouldn't build a hut next to a grave like the ancients, they wouldn't hold a wedding banquet or a wedding. Hu Xiaoheng didn't object. It's okay. I'll mourn for my mother-in-law with you. Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin again, but caught a glimpse of Lu Jin's evasive gaze. She snorted in her heart. Lu Jin still had something to say. She still had doubts about the cause of Qin Suan's death. Of course, Qin Yaoguang and Qin Bei were the culprits of Qin Suan's death, but Qin Suan had been ill for so many years. How did she suddenly die that day? What was the catalyst, or rather, the fuse? Gu Nianji had deliberately ignored this point in order to pin Qin Yaoguang down in the lawsuit. Because she didn't want to involve Lu Jin. But now that the case was over and Lu Jin had gone to the other world with them, she had time to plan this matter properly. However, she still had a sweet smile on her face. She held Lu Jin with one hand and Hu Xiaoheng with the other. She nodded at He Jichu. Brother, we'll be leaving then. Take care. He Jichu's fingers moved, but he still put his hands behind his back. Okay, you take care too. Lu Jin walked up and placed the keys to the RV in He Jichu's hand. He said heroically, I'll give you this RV too, but it's for you alone, not for the country. Remember to take good care of it. Several of our properties have already been transferred to Nianji's name. I'll entrust them to you for safekeeping. Is that okay? When he said this, he even gave Hu Xiaoheng a threatening look. This was giving Gu Nianji a way out to find her maternal family. The corners of He Jichu's mouth twitched. Hu Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't say anything. He Jichu gripped the keys tightly. Thank you, Uncle Gu. Lu Yuan glared at Lu Jin and led the way to leave. Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng, and Lu Jin followed behind. When she reached the door, Gu Nianji suddenly turned around and saw He Jichu's tall and handsome figure standing alone in the makeshift ward of the RV. Behind him was a makeshift hospital bed, and on the makeshift bed lay He Qingjian, who was motionless. The world seemed to have instantly turned into an old-fashioned black and white photo. Hijichu's sparkling almond-shaped eyes became the only highlight in this black and white world. "Brother, take care." Gu Nianji said goodbye to Hijichu. Hijichu nodded slowly and watched the four of them disappear out of the RV door. The snow outside was very heavy, and it had already reached her feet. Gu Nianji's hunting suit had been specially made by Lu Jin. It could also keep her warm, so she didn't feel cold at all. Moreover, her heart was hot, so hot that it was burning. The four of them staggered back to the open space beside the Tunguska sinkhole. The place had already been cleaned up. The snow covered all traces, as if nothing had happened. Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch. 1 minute left. He held Gu Nianji's hand tightly, and Lu Yuan's hand on the other. Gu Nianji also held Lu Jin's hand tightly, afraid that he would do something again. Lu Yuan also held Lu Jin's hand on the other side. The four of them held hands and stood in a square. White snow surrounded them, and the mountains were silent. Other than them, there was no one else. Soon, the 1-minute countdown was up. Gu Nianji felt as if there were ripples in front of her. It was just like how she had felt in the sky above the Tunguska sinkhole. She felt a little dizzy and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she found that her surroundings were still snow-white. It was no different from the previous scene. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng blankly, then at Lu Jin. She didn't know if they had come over. Hua Xiaoheng smiled but didn't say anything. Lu Jin, however, was already looking around. "Where's your chief scientist? Where is he? I want to discuss high-energy physics with him." Lu Yuan suddenly felt something. He turned around and saw a beautiful figure standing under the snow-covered birch tree, smiling as she looked in their direction. 18 years had passed, and this woman was actually the same as when he had left. Time had left no trace on her, and only accentuated her beauty to the extreme. This was the second update of today, chapter 1925, so close, yet so far. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes: there were 2 updates today. Moi, Big Shots, Little Angels. Chapter 1937. How was that possible? Had he seen wrongly? 18 years had passed. It was impossible for her to still look exactly the same as she did 18 years ago. Could it be that there was something wrong with his eyes? Or was he hallucinating because of the magnetic field? Lu Yuan's heart was beating faster than ever. The mental preparation he had been making collapsed at this moment, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Lu Jin, who was looking around, suddenly screamed, "Boss Lu, you're crazy." He shook off Lu Yuan's hand and grimaced as his hand shook. "It hurts so much, it hurts so much." "Boss Lu, why are you crazy? You can't afford to break my hand." Lu Yuan ignored Lu Jin completely. He couldn't take his eyes off the approaching figure. She had appeared in his dreams so many times, but now it was as if she had walked out of his dreams directly. She hadn't changed at all. Gu Nianji was shocked and quickly looked at Lu Jin's hand. She saw that his hand had 5 red marks on it, and it was almost swollen. Just how much strength did he have to use? Gu Nianji couldn't help glaring at Lu Yuan resentfully. In the end, she saw Lu Yuan turn his head to look behind him as if he was possessed. What was he looking at? Gu Nianji followed Lu Yuan's gaze. A woman in a white coat and a black mink hat was carrying a shiny black suitcase. She was walking over step by step in the creaking snow. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She jumped up and waved at her. "Miss Song. Miss Song. I'm back." Song Jining had seen Gu Nianji a long time ago, and her gaze had never left Gu Nianji's face. Seeing her wave, she waved back and smiled. "Nianji, you're finally back." Gu Nianji took 2 quick steps and ran towards Song Jining. Then, as if she had remembered something, she turned around and grabbed Lu Jin's arm. She said excitedly, "Dad. This is Ms. Song Jining. Our genius high-energy physicist. She's also the chief scientist who opened the magnetic field channel this time." Lu Jin was overjoyed. "Ha! She's the chief scientist. That's great. I have a lot of questions to discuss with her." He immediately followed Gu Nianji forward. Gu Nianji laughed and threw herself into Song Jining's arms. "Miss Song. I missed you so much. Little Nianji, I miss you too." Song Jining couldn't help but tear up. No one knew how she had managed to get through the days and nights of the past year. He was worried about Gu Nianji and his son, Hua Xiaoheng. He had to mobilize all the manpower and resources to control the entire magnetic field experiment. After a year, she felt that she had aged more than 10 years, and there were almost crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Song Jining put down the suitcase and hugged Gu Nianji affectionately for a while. Gu Nianji hugged Song Jining's arm and introduced her. "Miss Song, this is me." She suddenly remembered something and couldn't help looking at Hua Xiaoheng. She didn't know how to introduce Lu Jin. Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly at her and said calmly, "Miss Song knows everything. Miss Song, this is my father, Lu Jin. He has another name, Gu Xiangwen." Gu Nianji winked at her. "But let's not use the name Gu Xiangwen, in case those people have bad associations." Song Jining understood and held Lu Jin's hand in surprise. "You're Lu Jin. I heard from Xiaoheng that you were the one who sent Nianji over 8 years ago. I have a lot of high-energy physics questions. I wonder if I have the honor of discussing them with Mr. Lu." "No problem, no problem. I also have a lot of questions to ask Miss Song." Lu Jin was very interested in the development of high-energy physics in this world. He remembered that they clearly didn't develop that quickly, but how did they suddenly obtain enough energy to achieve magnetic resonance? In the year that he had been unable to contact this world, what huge changes had happened that he didn't know about? Song Jining nodded repeatedly. "I hope that Mr. Lu can start a class at our Institute of High-Energy Physics and train our reserve talents. It would be even better if I could do experiments with Mr. Lu." "Really? Can I take a look at your lab?" Lu Jin was in high spirits. He couldn't wait to roll up his sleeves and go to the podium. "But let me be honest. I don't know how to speak. I have a serious interpersonal disorder. If I say something wrong and offend your students and researchers." Unexpectedly, Song Jining didn't care at all. She immediately said, "People who are really engaged in scientific research don't have the energy to deal with interpersonal relationships. I wish that our laboratory was filled with patients with interpersonal disorder. That way, everyone would only focus on the experiment. Even if there were any disputes, it would be related to the experiment. How great would that be?" "Ha! Do you really think so?" Lu Jin was stunned. This was the first time he had heard someone redefine interpersonal disorder in such a fresh and refined way. "Really? Why would I lie to you? I've never been merciful to my students in the laboratory. If you do something wrong, you have to be punished. It's that simple," Song Jining said without hesitation. Lu Jin shook her hand vigorously, as if he had found a confidant. That's right, that's right. Being mocked for doing something wrong is already the lightest punishment. If you don't even want to listen to mockery, I'm sorry, please go back to your kindergarten and let your nanny kiss and hug you. No one in the field of science will take care of your fragile self-esteem." Gu Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng, Lu Yuan's mood finally calmed down. He put on a gentle smile again and walked over silently. He bent down to pick up the black suitcase that Song Jining had placed beside her. He stood behind her, blocking the wind and snow from the call behind her. Lu Jin caught a glimpse of a tall figure behind Song Jining. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Song Jining. He asked in confusion. "You look familiar. Where have I seen you before?" Gu Nianji quickly glanced at Lu Yuan. As expected, the gentle and harmless mask on Lu Yuan's face was about to crack. She held back her laughter and quickly pulled Lu Jin away. "Dad, can you try a new way to strike up a conversation? How did you meet Miss Song?" Hu Xiaoheng also walked over and said to Song Jining, "Miss Song, there's another person. Do you remember?" Song Jining turned around and looked up at Lu Yuan, who was standing diagonally behind her. Hu Xiaoheng had come back last month to do a DNA marker. He had mentioned to her that he would bring 2 other people back besides Gu Nianji. One of them was Lu Jin, Gu Nianji's biological father, Gu Xiangwen. The other person, Hu Xiaoheng, was Lu Yuan. He was his uncle, Wu Guanyuan, who everyone thought had been blown up in an experiment 18 years ago. Compared to his appearance in her memories, he had indeed aged quite a bit. However, they had been separated for 18 years after all. Judging from these 18 years, Lu Yuan had taken good care of himself. Song Jining reached out her hand to him gracefully and smiled. "Should I call you President Lu Yuan or Senior Colonel Hu Guanyuan?" After being disturbed by Lu Jin and Gu Nianji just now, Lu Yuan thought that his excitement had calmed down. However, with one look and one action from Song Jining, the calmness that he had just built up collapsed once again. Lu Yuan hadn't heard anyone call him Wu Guanyuan in many years. He hadn't expected that the first person to call him Wu Guanyuan would be her after returning to his hometown after 18 years. Lu Yuan's heart instantly rippled like a sea, and he could almost hear the sound of the waves in his ears. However, on the surface, he still maintained a decent smile and elegantly reached out his hand to shake Song Jining's hand. However, before he could touch Song Jinning's hand, he quickly moved it away. "Just call me Hu Guanyuan," Lu Yuan said in a gentlemanly manner. Song Jinning didn't mind. She smiled and retracted her hand. She nodded. "Okay, Mr. Hu Guanyuan. Welcome home." "Thank you, Miss Song." Hu Guanyuan bowed slightly. His demeanor was impeccable. Gu Nianji looked at Lu Yuan, who was still impeccable in front of Song Jining. She wanted to look up at the sky and let out a long sigh. She thought to herself that Lu Yuan and Lu Jin had been friends for so many years because they were indeed similar. They had both relied on their own abilities to be single. But to be precise, Lu Yuan was better on the road to being single. Because no matter what, Lu Jin had a daughter as big as her, while Lu Yuan had nothing. She was sighing when Lu Jin suddenly pushed her away and walked over. He stood next to Lu Yuan and looked at Song Jining carefully. He suddenly laughed and pointed at Song Jining. "I remember now. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. I've really seen you before. I've seen many of you." Gu Nianji was speechless. She quickly walked over and pulled Lu Jin's arm. "Dad, what are you talking about? What do you mean I've seen many of you? You must have seen her in your dreams. Can we not be unconventional all the time?" Lu Jin was anxious. "I've really seen many of her." The corners of Lu Yuan's eyes twitched imperceptibly. He quickly raised his hand to cover Lu Jin's mouth, but he was still a step too late. Lu Jin said straightforwardly. "Boss Lu has drawn many portraits of her." Gu Nianji was extremely embarrassed. She didn't even dare to look at Lu Yuan's instantly darkened expression. She quickly said, "Dad, you remembered wrong, no. My memory is comparable to a camera. How could I remember wrong?" Lu Jin said very seriously, "Boss Lu's pencil drawings are very beautiful and realistic. I've really seen many of them. That's his sweetheart, his second love." No matter how generous Song Jining was, she didn't expect someone like Lu Jin to exist. It was obvious that the diagnosis of this serious, interpersonal disorder was not wrong. Her fair cheeks were slightly red, as if a thin layer of rouge had been applied. The redness seeped out from the bottom of her skin, like a halo in a traditional Chinese painting, all the way to the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. Song Jining had always been very slow when it came to relationships, and she wasn't a glib tongue. She didn't know how to respond, so she could only look at Lu Yuan and smile politely. Lu Yuan wanted to beat Lu Jin up, but when he saw that Song Jining didn't seem to be disgusted at all, she blushed and smiled at him. He couldn't help but smile as well. His mellow and deep voice seemed to have warmth, like a warm spring breeze that warmed people's hearts. Lu Jin is such a person. His words are a little exaggerated. Don't mind him. If he's been rude, I'll apologize to you on his behalf, Lu Yuan said gently. His tone was slow and unhurried. How am I exaggerating? I'm a scientist, and I'm very realistic. Lu Jin was extremely displeased and muttered. I even remember how many pencil drawings he drew. Gu Nianji was worried that Lu Jin would say more to embarrass Lu Yuan, so she had an idea. She immediately rubbed her hands and stomped her feet. It's so cold. It's so cold. I'm freezing. Major General Hua, let's hurry back. Where's the plane? Do we have a special plane? Is there anyone else? Why is Ms. Song the only one who came to pick us up? You're cold. Lu Jin's attention was indeed diverted. He quickly took off his coat and draped it over Gu Nianji. He waved his hand and said, hurry up and find a plane to get out of here. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1926, A Lot of You. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. At 8:00 in the evening. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Wu Ai Hall for the 20,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1938. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the valley surrounded by mountains. It was covered in snow. It was so white that it was dazzling. He couldn't see anyone else. However, he knew that the Huaxia military was conducting such an experiment. How could there be no one around? They were just hiding it well. Song Jining was also worried that Gu Nianji would freeze. She naturally held Gu Nianji's hand and said, there's a private plane at the hotel. Now that the snow has stopped, we should be able to leave. She turned around and reached out to Huo Guanyuan. Huo Guanyuan, give me the suitcase. This suitcase isn't light. I'll carry it for you, Huo Guanyuan said gently but firmly. Unexpectedly, Song Jining shook her head and insisted, no, it's not in line with the rules. Huo Guanyuan understood when she said that. This must be a highly confidential instrument. It was probably the core control of the magnetic resonance instrument related to opening the magnetic field. He didn't ask further and silently handed the suitcase over. Hua Xiaoheng took it and said, Ms. Song, I'll be fine with it. His security clearance was the highest, so Song Jining didn't continue to object. She pulled Gu Nianji and said, let's go back quickly. Your hands are so warm. Gu Nianji, QAQ. Her lie had been exposed. Lu Jin said happily, it's good that it's warm. That's my coat. It's very warm. Gu Nianji saw that Lu Jin was only wearing ordinary casual clothes and felt very sorry. She quickly took off his coat and forcefully draped it over Lu Jin. She smiled and said, I'm not cold now. Dad, I'll go with you and talk to you. She naturally took Lu Jin's arm and walked forward with him intimately. Lu Jin was in high spirits and extremely pleased with himself. He even turned around and raised his chin at Huo Guanyuan. Huo Guanyuan didn't have the time to pay attention to him. His attention was all on Song Jining. He turned to Song Jining and said, "Let's go too." Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to disturb the two of them. He walked a few steps forward and said, "I'll go see Nianji. She doesn't know the way very well. She might get lost with Uncle Lu." Hua Guanyuan's lips twitched. He thought to himself that Lu Jin didn't have too many direction-detecting instruments on him. Would he get lost? If Lu Jin heard this, he would definitely laugh his head off. However, he was more than happy to be able to be alone with Song Jining. Naturally, he didn't expose Hua Xiaoheng's nonsense. Song Jining nodded. "Yes, Hua Guanyuan, since you're free now, can you tell me how the experiment accident happened 18 years ago? This question has been on my mind for a long time." Hua Guanyuan, meanwhile, on the other side of the dimension, the heavy snow had gradually stopped. He Zhichu sat beside his father's body without saying a word. After an hour, he stood up and walked out of the trailer. The outside world was crystal clear, like a world of white snow and glass. There was no one on the empty ground beside the sinkhole. Even the footprints were covered by snow. He seemed to be the only one left in the empty world. There was no one like him in the past, and there would be no one like him in the future. But he didn't even shed a tear. Who are you crying for? From now on, he was alone. He Zhichu stood quietly beside the sinkhole for a while. He took out his phone and pulled up a photo of Gu Nianji from the recently deleted photo album on his phone. She was smiling very happily. It was still the photo that his father, He Qingjian, had sent someone to secretly take when she had first arrived in this world and he had taken her out to play. In the photo, Gu Nianji was protecting a cute child in front of her. She was looking up at the blue sky and white clouds above her head. It was obvious that she was in a good mood, and her smile was sincere and refreshing. He Zhichu, who was beside her, was handsome and elegant, like an orchid tree. Gu Nianji was delicate and beautiful, like the dew of a begonia. And the little boy was lively and cute, just like their child. The three of them were talking and laughing, completely enjoying the joy of a family of three. At that time, he had been really angry when he found out that his father had sent someone to secretly take photos of them. However, the photo was so good that he had secretly kept it and hidden it in his phone's photo album. Later, when he found out that she was his half-sister, he had deleted all her photos. This was the only one that he kept. He deleted it and restored it and deleted it again. In the end, he couldn't bear to delete it permanently, so he restored it again. It didn't matter if it was restored now. She and him were separated by an entire space-time barrier. He could do whatever he wanted to her without worrying about any consequences. Because he couldn't get through, they could never be together. "Chief, should General He's body be transported back to the country?" He Zhichu's personal secretary waited for a long time and finally couldn't help but interrupt He Zhichu's unusual silence. He Zhichu collected his thoughts and put his phone back into his pocket. He nodded lightly. "Yes, inform the country that General He died in a battle with the traitor Qin Beiyoi in order to protect the country's secrets and our lives. Let them welcome him with a state funeral." "Yes, Chief." He Zhichu's personal secretary saluted and immediately went back to make arrangements. He Qingjian had died in the Soviet Union. When the leaders of the Soviet Union found out, they all rushed over to send him off. The leader of the Soviet Union, Putin, was the only one among the leaders who knew the truth. He also admired and respected He Qingjian very much. He ordered the Soviet Union's National Military Band and Honor Guard to also send him off with a state funeral. He Zhichu brought his father's body back to the Imperial Capital International Airport. The place was already under martial law. The top leaders of the cabinet, parliament, and military had all arrived. They stood neatly on the tarmac, waiting for He Qingjian's body to disembark from the plane. He Ji-chu was dressed in formal attire and personally carried the coffin with the 6 standing members of the Supreme Military Council and an alternate member. There were a total of 7 standing members of the Supreme Military Council, including He Qingjian. 8 people were needed to carry the coffin, so they added an alternate member. This was the highest funeral qualification of the Huaxia Empire's military. Xie Qingying was dressed in plain clothes and stood with everyone with a haggard expression. She hadn't fully recovered from her injuries, but when she found out that something had happened to the He family, she ignored her parents' dissuasion and struggled to get up. She came to the airport to personally welcome He Ji-chu. She didn't know what had happened in the Soviet Union. Why did General He suddenly die? When she saw He Ji-chu get off the plane with a solemn expression, her heart tightened. The ceremony in front was carried out in an orderly manner. Xie Qingying followed everyone in a daze. It wasn't until she returned to the He family that she had time to talk to He Ji-chu. "Young Master He, my condolences." Xie Qingying comforted him with heartache. He Ji-chu replied lightly. Seeing that Xie Qingying had lost a lot of weight, he said, "Your injuries haven't healed yet. Go back and recuperate. I'm fine here. My injuries are much better. I was worried about you." Xie Qingying walked to his side and sat down. "Why did Uncle He suddenly pass away? Doesn't the Soviet Union have to take responsibility? It has nothing to do with them. It was Qin Beiyoi who did it," He Ji-chu said calmly. "My father died to protect us. It was actually him." "What about Ninji?" Xie Qingying came back to her senses. "How is she? Did you find her? Did Qin Beiyoi kidnap her?" He Ji-chu didn't say anything. After a long while, he said, "I found her. She left with Peter and never came back." Xie Qingying's mood suddenly relaxed. She moved closer to He Ji-chu and pressed her forehead against his. She said softly, "It's okay. You still have me. I'll be with you." He Ji-chu moved away and leaned back on the sofa. He supported his head with his hand and said expressionlessly, "Actually, she's my biological sister from a different father. You don't have to target her anymore." "What?" Xie Qingying blinked and didn't react for a moment. She's your biological sister? Why didn't you say so earlier?" If she had known earlier, she really wouldn't have needed to be so jealous. Not only had she gotten into a fight with Gu Nianji, but it had also affected her relationship with He Ji-chu. It really wasn't worth it. For the first time, Xie Qingying was unhappy with He Ji-chu. "Young Master He, remember to tell me everything in the future, okay? The most important thing in a relationship between two people is honesty. Only then can they get along well. Otherwise, no matter how good a relationship is, it will be worn out." The corners of He Ji-chu's mouth twitched, and he said with a half-smile, "I thought the most important thing in a relationship between two people is tolerance. As for honesty, I'm sorry, but my job has determined that I won't be honest with anyone, and I can't be honest with anyone." Even if they were an intimate couple, they still had to give each other some privacy. Otherwise, no matter how good a relationship was, it would suffocate the other party. It was like the sand in one's hand. The tighter one gripped it, the more it would fall through one's fingers. Xie Qingying thought about it and realized that what He Ji-chu said was true. She knew the nature of He Ji-chu's work. However, she didn't want to know about He Ji-chu's work. Xie Qingying smiled and said, "Of course. I won't ask you anything about your work, but in terms of personal feelings, it's okay to be honest with each other, right?" He Ji-chu raised his hand noncommittally. "I'm very tired. I want to be alone for a while. You can go back first." Xie Qingying really wanted to accompany He Ji-chu at this time. She insisted, "Young Master He, I'll go to another room." You can rest. I'm worried about you being the only one at home. He Jichu looked up at her for a while, then closed his eyes and went to the bedroom alone. Xie Qingying heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that he didn't object. She went to the kitchen and ordered the orderlies to prepare dinner for He Jichu. When He Jichu woke up, it was night time. He should be able to have a good meal then. There were still many things to do tomorrow. As night fell, the Imperial Capital International Airport in the other world was brightly lit. A plane from Russia landed steadily on the tarmac of the Imperial Capital International Airport. The plane door opened, and Hu Xiaoheng, dressed in his Major General uniform, walked out of the plane. A bright red carpet extended from the cabin of the plane to the concrete floor of the airport. General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai stood on the red carpet excitedly, waiting eagerly. Hu Xiaoheng walked down the plane suspension ladder and steadily walked up to the three of them. He raised his right arm and gave the three of them a standard military salute. General Ji, Speaker Long, Prime Minister Bai, Hu Xiaoheng, the commander of the Huaxia Empire's Special Operations Forces, is back. End of report. This was the second watch of the day, Chapter 1927, Sand Between Your Fingers. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes: there were 2 watches today. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1939. General Ji's eyes were red. He held back his tears and reached out his hand. Xiaoheng, welcome back to the team. Hu Xiaoheng shook his hand tightly. He was also very excited. If General Ji hadn't removed all obstacles and used the entire military to support him, he wouldn't have been able to go to the other world. He wouldn't have been able to find Gu Nianji for the rest of his life. General Ji, Xiaoheng was lucky enough to complete his mission. He said in a deep voice, in addition to Gu Nianji, I also brought back Senior Colonel Hu Guanyuan and the great scientist who invented the magnetic resonance instrument, Lu Jin. General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai all knew about this. The three of them decided to welcome Hu Xiaoheng's return with the highest rules. At the same time, they also wanted to welcome Senior Colonel Hu Guanyuan, who had been lost in the other world for 18 years, and the genius scientist, Lu Jin, whom they had been looking forward to the most. Hu Xiaoheng had only shown them some news reports from the other world about Lu Jin's deeds. Just the fact that he was a double Nobel Prize winner in physics and biology was enough to amaze them. Not to mention Lu Jin's genius performance in biomedicine, high-energy physics, and weapon development. For the Huaxia Empire, which was thirsty for talent, this was a priceless asset. Speaker Long sighed. Old Ji, my foresight isn't as good as yours. When Xiaoheng wanted to retire from the military to look for Nianji, I was still angry. If it weren't for General Bai persuading me, I would have become a sinner of the country and the people. Yes, the three of us voted to decide whether Xiaoheng should stay or leave. In the end, General Bai stood on old Ji's side and voted to stay. It was a 2-to-1 vote. Speaker Long, the minority followed the majority. Xiaoheng didn't have to retire from the military. He agreed to use the country's high-energy magnetic field energy reserves to support Xiaoheng's departure. General Ji sighed. In the end, Xiaoheng was the one who took responsibility. We all know that the place Xiaoheng is going to is extremely dangerous. He might even die there. Speaker Long also nodded. Yes, I really can't bear to see Xiaoheng, a major general with a promising future in the military, die just like that. We don't know if Xiaoheng has a counterpart over there, and we don't know if General He's warning that the two of them would die at the same time is true. Prime Minister Bai was also very excited. At that time, Xiaoheng insisted that even if he really died in the past, he wouldn't blame anyone. He also made a military pledge. I'm just the Prime Minister, and I don't have as much prestige as the two of you, but I feel that with Xiaoheng's contributions to the country and the people, we shouldn't let such a good soldier sacrifice his lifelong happiness. Fortunately, Lady Luck was still on their side. Hu Xiaoheng saw that although the three highest leaders were talking about him going to the other world, they were very vague. Even if someone heard them, they would never be able to guess where he was going. They had a strong sense of confidentiality. Hu Xiaoheng was also very grateful for the support of these three top leaders. The truth was, without them and without the support of the country, he would not have been able to find Nianji in his next life. He saluted the three of them again and said solemnly, "Chief, I'm going to welcome Senior Colonel Hu Guanyuan home." General Ji was even more excited. He waved his hands and said, "Quick, quick, quick. Make him come down. I haven't seen him for 18 years. Does he still recognize me?" Before Hu Xiaoheng, Hu Guanyuan had been General Ji's favorite successor and had been heavily groomed. In the end, an earth-shattering experimental accident had blown him up into nothingness. They all thought he was dead. He hadn't expected to see Hu Guanyuan in his lifetime. General Ji couldn't help wiping the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand. Speaker Long and Prime Minister Bai laughed at him together. "Old Ji, didn't you always say that a man should bleed but not cry? What are you shedding? Could it be horse piss?" "Pfft. You're the ones shedding horse piss." General Ji glared at Speaker Long and said to Prime Minister Bai, "Old Bai, you used to be the kindest person, but now you've learned bad things from old Long." As the three of them chatted and laughed, Hu Xiaoheng had already led Hu Guanyuan out of the plane. He had already changed his clothes on the plane. The military uniform of a senior colonel of the Huaxia Empire military from 18 years ago looked a little old and out of place, but on Hu Guanyuan, it was unexpectedly valiant. It could be seen that the military uniform didn't look good in the style, but in the person wearing it. General Ji. Hu Guanyuan, senior colonel of the intelligence department of the Huaxia Empire's military headquarters, returned to the team. Standing in front of General Ji, Hu Guanyuan gave a military salute that was even more standard than Hu Xiaoheng's. He reported his military rank and position from 18 years ago. General Ji couldn't stop crying. He was even more excited than when he saw Hu Xiaoheng. He patted Hu Guanyuan's shoulder hard. Other than saying, "It's good that you're back," he was so choked up that he couldn't say anything else. Hu Guanyuan stood opposite General Ji calmly and solemnly. He held General Ji's hand and tried his best to control his emotions. He was already past the age of knowing his destiny, but he had taken good care of himself. He looked like he was just in his early 40s. He was tall and straight, and his facial features were deep but not European. He had the most handsome silhouette of the Huaxia Empire. The hardships on his face didn't diminish his masculinity and handsomeness. Instead, it added a bit of age to his charm, making it more fragrant as time went by. Prime Minister Bai and Speaker Long were also very familiar with Hu Guanyuan in the past. Now that he had returned, both of them surrounded him. "Guanyuan, it's been hard on you all these years. The country and its people haven't forgotten you, and we haven't forgotten you either." Prime Minister Bai was only 1 year older than Hu Guanyuan. The two of them used to be classmates and had a good personal relationship. Hu Guanyuan learned from Hu Xiaoheng that his old classmate was already the Prime Minister. He smiled and said, "It's my honor that Prime Minister Bai still remembers me." "Guanyuan, what are you talking about? We're old friends who haven't seen each other for many years. We definitely have to have a drink. Even if we don't drink today, we'll drink to our heart's content another day." Prime Minister Bai held his hand tightly and laughed. "Guanyuan, go home and rest for a few days. When you have enough rest, come to work at our Senate." Speaker Long spared no effort in trying to poach General Ji. General Ji came back to his senses and quickly pushed Speaker Long away. He glared at him and said, "That's enough. You've already poached my people, and you still want to poach. When did I poach your people?" Speaker Long also glared back at him. Don't think that you can look down on me just because your two generals are back. I'm sorry, I have Xiaoheng and Guan Yuan, so I can do whatever I want. General Ji pretended to be arrogant, and Speaker Long was so angry that he almost flipped out. He pushed Hu Xiaoheng and said, "Where's Nianji? Where's Nianji? Didn't you go pick her up? Nianji is mine." General Ji froze for a moment, then laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha. Nianji is yours. Ask Xiaoheng if he agrees." As the three of them joked, Gu Nianji had already followed Hu Xiaoheng off the plane. She walked down the red carpet briskly. Speaker Long ran in front and grabbed Gu Nianji's hand. He wanted to laugh, but tears actually flowed out. "Nianji, you're back. You've suffered." He held Gu Nianji's hand, almost in tears. Gu Nianji loved to cry, and now she was emotional. She had returned to the place she had left for more than a year, and she had long regarded it as her real home. The two of them hugged their heads and cried together. General Ji's mood had already recovered, and he couldn't help laughing at Speaker Long. Old Long, just now you said I was peeing. Who's peeing now?" Gu Nianji stopped crying and quietly rolled her eyes at General Ji. General Ji was stunned by her glare and chuckled. "Little Nianji is very dissatisfied with me, General Ji. I just came back, and you're already laughing at me. And our Speaker Long, the people of the Senate are not to be trifled with," Gu Nianji said arrogantly. She now had Hu Xiaoheng, Lu Jin, Ms. Song, and Speaker Long to support her, so she began to show off again. Speaker Long was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly wiped away his tears and held Gu Nianji's hand. "This is one of our own. Nianji, your position as Chief Legal Counsel is still reserved. The people in your department are all waiting for you to come back. I told them that you had something to do at home, so you had a long vacation. Now, you can return to the team, right?" He was actually very envious of Hu Xiaoheng and Hu Guanyuan's military salute to General Ji and say that they would return to the team. Unfortunately, Gu Nianji wasn't a soldier, and neither was he, so he couldn't enjoy that kind of treatment. Before Gu Nianji could speak, Hu Xiaoheng had already spoken on her behalf. "Nianji just came back and needs to rest for a few days. Speaker Long, don't be anxious. Wait for her to rest and then think about what work she needs to do." "Hey, Xiaoheng, you can't say that. Nianji became the chief legal counsel of our Senate based on her own ability. You can't just say that she doesn't want to do it anymore." Gu Nianji laughed. "Speaker Long, don't listen to him. I'll make the decision on my own matters. I'll at most refer to Major General Hu's words." As she spoke, she gave Hu Xiaoheng a look. The people present were all smart people. Seeing her like this, they couldn't help but laugh. "That's enough, you two. Flirting in public. Our old bones can't take it. You guys pay attention to your image." Gu Nianji tilted her head with a smile and said, "General Ji, Speaker Long, Prime Minister Bai, I also want to introduce someone to you." As she spoke, she stepped to the side and waved her hand in the direction of the cabin door. "Did my father, Lu Jin." The cabin door opened, and the tall and handsome Lu Jin appeared at the cabin door. He pretended to wave at the people below and walked down the plane's ladder step by step. He was full of the attitude of a great scientist. General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai couldn't help but restrain their previous humor and ease. They looked solemnly in Lu Jin's direction. It wasn't until Lu Jin walked up to them and nodded slightly at them. "Hello, my three big shots. I'm Lu Jin. I heard that you guys treat my daughter, Gu Nianji, well. I came to your country for her sake. I hope you won't disappoint her." General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai instantly understood. He was a living slave to his daughter. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1928, Lifetime. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. At 8:00 in the evening of the second update. P.S. Thank you Enigma Anxi, the leader of the Alliance, for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Moi, little angels. Chapter 1940. General G was the first to react. He shook hands with Lu Jin and said, "Mr. Lu, don't worry. I watched Nianji grow up, and she's engaged to Xiaoheng. That means she's half a member of the military. I'll definitely treat her better." Speaker Long didn't want to be left behind. He also reached out to Lu Jin and said, "Mr. Lu, Nianji is the chief legal counsel of our Senate. I want to groom her as my successor." Prime Minister Bai saw that Lu Jin's hands were held and he couldn't squeeze in, so he could only say from the side, "Mr. Lu, when you have time, please help us take a look at the syllabus formulated by the Education Department and the Scientific Development Plan of the Science and Technology Department. We need a talent like you." Because Prime Minister Bai did not mention Gu Nianji, Lu Jin pretended not to hear him and only exchanged a few pleasantries with General Ji and Speaker Long. Gu Nianji was worried that Lu Jin's severe interpersonal disorder would flare up. She smiled and watched from the side for a while before interrupting them. She smiled and said, "If you guys have anything to say, you can talk about it later. But this time, don't forget the person who helped us get back." Lu Jin understood and quickly said, "Miss Song is too amazing. I have a lot of questions to discuss with her. We'll contact each other when I'm free." After saying that, he turned around and looked at the entrance of the plane with a smile. At this time, Song Jining was walking down alone. Huo Guanyuan couldn't help but walk over and stand at the bottom of the plane's ladder to welcome her. General Ji suddenly remembered the death of Huo Guanyuan's wife, Luo Xinchue. In that case, it was revealed that Huo Guanyuan had written a love letter to Song Jining. Although he didn't send it out, his covetous intentions were clear as day. Song Jining stepped over the last flight of stairs and smiled at Huo Guanyuan, who was waiting there. Prime Minister Bai was smart now and quickly said, "Miss Song is the director of our Institute of High Energy Physics. She is outstanding and intelligent. If Mr. Lu has any questions, feel free to ask. By the way, Mr. Lu, we've prepared a courtyard house for you on the second ring road for you to stay in. Also, should I add an office in the Institute of High Energy Physics and prepare a laboratory for you? If there's anything you need, just tell us. Our cabinet will definitely support you." The Institute of High Energy Physics was a research institution under the Education Department of the Cabinet. Prime Minister Bai was in charge of the cabinet, so he had this power. General Ji's expression changed slightly as he said, "Mr. Lu will be an important scientist in our military. His residence, laboratory, and office will be supported by the military and will require a very high level of security." As he spoke, he passed the task to Huo Xiaoheng. "Xiaoheng, I'll leave your father-in-law's security to you." Huo Xiaoheng was about to nod when Lu Jin said quickly, "No need, I live with Boss Lu. I plan to prepare the laboratory and office myself. I'm a person who loves freedom the most. Your cabinet and the military all sound scary. I don't want to be locked in a cage and be watched by everyone." In less than 3 sentences, Lu Jin's severe interpersonal disorder flared up. Gu Nianji had already lost her temper. However, she had also thought it through. As the saying went, one had to eat salted fish to satisfy thirst. Lu Jin had such a temper. If she wanted to cooperate with Lu Jin and make use of his talent and intelligence, she would have to endure his bad temper and unfriendliness. If she couldn't stand it, then she would have to give up on the idea of cooperating with Lu Jin as soon as possible. Fortunately, General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai had long known about Lu Jin's severe interpersonal disorder. What kind of people hadn't they seen in their careers? Therefore, they didn't mind. They smiled and said, Mr. Lu, you must be joking. We can't wait to protect you. Why would we lock you in a cage and let people watch you? Gu Nianji stepped forward and held Lu Jin's arm. She smiled at the three of them and said, General Ji, Speaker Long, Prime Minister Bai, don't be too anxious. Senior Colonel Huo Guanyuan has his own arrangements for my father. She winked at Huo Guanyuan. Huo Guanyuan smiled and said gently, Don't worry, Lu Jin is actually very easy to get along with. I'll slowly tell him that I'm too tired today. Please come to the airport to pick us up. When we're done resting, I'll go to the military to report to the chiefs. General Ji nodded repeatedly. In fact, he didn't care if Lu Jin was easy to get along with. What he valued was Lu Jin's talent, not his bootlicking. To put it bluntly, there were a lot of people around him who were flattering him. There was no need for him to make a reclusive great scientist obediently and respectfully. Besides, they all understood that capable people had a temper. Guanyuan, you've been on this mission for 18 years. Today, you've finally succeeded. General Ji sighed. Unfortunately, after so many years, things have changed. Your wife passed away a few years ago, and your daughter. Sigh, forget it. You should go back and rest first. We'll go back for a meeting. He waved at Huo Guanyuan, Lu Jin, and Gu Nianji. I've prepared a special car for you. It's from Xiaoheng's department. Don't worry. Gu Nianji also smiled and nodded. She forcefully held Lu Jin's arm and almost dragged him away. Lu Jin knew why Gu Nianji was in such a hurry to take him away, but he didn't care at all. Instead, his lips curved into a smile as he said to Huo Guanyuan happily, My girl really cares about me. She was worried that I would say the wrong thing, so she gave those people a warning shot. Huo Guanyuan was about to praise Gu Nianji when he heard Lu Jin say, Boss Lu, you were actually married here and have a daughter. You really kept it a secret. You haven't said a word in 18 years. I thought you were single here. Huo Guanyuan's expression darkened. He quickly glanced at Song Jining. Fortunately, Song Jining was talking to Huo Xiaoheng, so she probably didn't hear what they were doing. However, how could Lu Jin let him go? He immediately clasped his hands together and laughed. Oh! I was right. Ms. Song is your second spring. You have your first spring. Gu Nianji caught a glimpse of Song Jining's gaze drifting over. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly tried to divert Lu Jin's attention. Dad, you don't know how despicable CEO Lu's cheap daughter, Huo Jilan, is. She even worked with someone else to kill me. What? Why haven't I heard you say that before? Lu Jin immediately exploded and said angrily to Huo Guanyuan, Boss Lu. Where's your cheap daughter? How dare she bully my daughter? I won't let her off easy. She still wants to kill me. She's too bold. Does she have that kind of IQ? I can say without hesitation that the person who can kill Lu Jin's daughter hasn't even been born yet. Gu Nianji, Huo Xiaoheng had mentioned Luo Xinchue and Luo Jialan to Huo Guanyuan before. However, he had only said that Luo Jialan had been imprisoned, and had not said that she had been silenced in prison. Therefore, Huo Guanyuan only smiled faintly and said, Luo Jialan is in prison. If you don't let her off easy, you can only go to prison to find her. Lu Jin looked at him in confusion and said, Why aren't you angry? Are you happy that your daughter is in prison? She's not my daughter, Huo Guanyuan said casually. Huo Guanyuan said casually, she's the posthumous child of my comrade. Although her mother, Luo Xinchue, and I were married, we weren't husband and wife. I haven't even touched Luo Xinchue's finger. As Huo Guanyuan spoke, he couldn't help but look at Song Jining. Song Jining's side was facing him, so he couldn't see the expression on her face. However, Huo Guanyuan, who had excellent eyesight, noticed that Song Jinning's jade-white earlobes were slightly red. This was today's second update, Chapter 1929, She's Hiding It So Well. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. Moi, Big Shots, Little Angels. Chapter 1941. Gu Nianji saw that Huo Guanyuan's gaze kept drifting towards Song Jinning. She pursed her lips and chuckled. She pulled Lu Jin's arm and said, "Dad, that's all in the past. Why are you still bringing it up? Besides, I sent that Luo Jialan to prison a long time ago. Like I said, the person who can take your life hasn't been born yet." Lu Jin patted Gu Nianji's head with a smile. Yes. Your IQ is high. Whatever you say is right. She finally pulled Lu Jin away and gave Hua Xiaoheng a look. Hua Xiaoheng understood and ended the conversation with Song Jinning. He said in a low voice, "Ms. Song, Senior Colonel Huo Guanyuan has lived in the other world for 18 years. If you have any questions, you can ask him." Although Senior Colonel Hua is not a professional like Nianji's father, he is not completely ignorant of high-energy physics. Otherwise, he would not have been able to represent the military to assist you and grandfather in conducting experiments. Besides, he's much more reliable than Nianji's father. Song Jinning nodded repeatedly and said seriously, "I understand. I do have some questions to ask him. When I boarded the plane in Tunguska, Siberia, Russia, I kept asking him about the experiment back then. I didn't have time to ask him about the situation there." He looked up and saw that Huo Guanyuan had quietly walked over. He smiled at him. "Senior Colonel Hua, are you going back to the Hua family or to my place?" Huo Guanyuan pondered for a moment and said, "I have my own dormitory. Your dormitory has been taken back by the organization." Hua Xiaoheng said tactfully, "At that time, everyone thought that you had sacrificed yourself and even awarded you the title of a martyr." Huo Guanyuan didn't mind and said casually, "Then I'll go back to the Hua family." Hua Xiaoheng coughed again. "It's good to go back to the Hua family, but my father is also at home and my grandfather is in the hospital. You can take my car and rest at my place for a while." He pointed in the direction of his car, but before he could walk over, General Ji stopped him. He followed General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai into General Ji's car. Huo Guanyuan grunted and came to Song Jinning's side. He asked calmly, "Director Song, where do you live now?" Song Jinning smiled and said, "I spend most of my time in the high-energy physics dormitory. But I bought a house on the 3rd Ring Road, and I'll be staying there on the weekends." She had already divorced Huo Guanchen, so of course she wouldn't return to the Huo family. Gu Nianji pulled Lu Jin around a corner and saw an SUV parked in the backlight of the airport tarmac. What a familiar car. Gu Nianji felt like she was seeing an old friend. She wanted to kiss the hood of the car. Just as she lifted her foot, the doors on both sides of the car suddenly opened at the same time, and 2 imposing men in military uniforms got out of the car. The man on the left side was wearing a military cap. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was handsome and always had a smile on his face. It was Yin Shixiang. Gu Nianji's footsteps stopped abruptly, then she jumped on the spot and threw herself at Yin Shixiang. "Brother Xiong. Brother Xiong. I finally get to see you." Yin Shixiang caught Gu Nianji as she threw herself at him and spun her around on the ground like he did when she was young. Gu Nianji almost flew up as she giggled. Her laughter was crisp, melodious, and extremely infectious. Lu Jin was originally quite worried and wanted to stop Brother Xiong, but when he heard Gu Nianji's unrestrained laughter, he knew that Gu Nianji was genuinely happy, so he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The man who got out of the right side was more handsome and refined, but his face was expressionless, and he didn't show his emotions like this Brother Xiong. He just stood quietly to the side and waited for Yin Shixiang to put Gu Nianji down before nodding slightly at her. Nianji, you're back. Gu Nianji turned to see him and cheered again. She rushed up to him and said, Brother Zhe. Brother Zhe. You're back from Africa. He was really touching my sore spot. The corners of Zhao Liang's mouth twitched. He curled his right index finger and gently tapped Gu Nianji's forehead. I've been back from Africa for a long time. You heartless little girl, I thought you were in danger. Looking at how lively you are you having so much fun that you've forgotten about home? How could I? Gu Nianji covered her forehead and cried out. I miss you guys every day. I miss Brother Xiong, Brother Zhe, and Chi-Chi, but none of you save me. Zhao Liangze immediately couldn't pretend anymore. He rubbed her forehead with heartache. Brother Zhe was just joking with you. Nianji, don't be angry. Brother Zhe apologizes to you. I'm not angry. Gu Nianji made a face. I was just joking with you. You're still as naughty as ever. Zhao Liangze smiled and shook his head. He looked up and saw that Gu Nianji's father, Lu Jin, had already walked over. He quickly retracted his teasing attitude and said with a smile, Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm Zhao Liangze, Major General Hua's personal secretary. Yin Shixiang also walked over and introduced himself. Mr. Lu, I'm Yin Shixiang, and Major General Hua's personal secretary. Gu Nianji held Lu Jin's arm and said proudly, Brother Xiong, Brother Zhe, he's my father, my biological father. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze looked at each other. They thought to themselves that this Lu Jin looked different from that Gu Xiangwen. Gu Nianji remembered Hua Xiaoheng's instructions on the plane. He said that only General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai knew where she had gone. Everyone else thought that she had been kidnapped abroad. Even Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze didn't know. It wasn't that he had deliberately hidden it from them, but that their security level wasn't high enough. Hua Xiaoheng had warned Lu Jin repeatedly at the time, afraid that he would expose himself. However, Lu Yuan, or Hua Guanyuan, had only said one sentence, and Lu Jin had listened. Hua Guanyuan had said that if others knew that Gu Nianji had gone to the other world, she wouldn't be able to live her life in peace. It had to be said that Hua Guanyuan was the person who knew Lu Jin the best. He had told Lu Jin that his daughter was more important than anything else to be able to live a happy life and live well. So when he heard this, he immediately said that there was absolutely no problem. No matter how unreliable he was, he had never failed when it came to matters related to Gu Nianji. Now that he faced Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze's puzzled gazes, Lu Jin said very seriously, 8 years ago, I sent Nianji to Major General Hua's side. Thank you for helping to take care of her. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze understood and didn't continue asking. They smiled and nodded at him. Mr. Lu, you're welcome. Nianji is very obedient, smart, and sensible. She doesn't need us to worry about her. Yes, with Major General Hua around, there's nothing for you to worry about, Lu Jin said seriously. In less than 3 sentences, he had revealed his true colors again. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze felt their faces hurt at the same time. Gu Nianji held back her laughter and looked back. Get in the car, get in the car. Ms. Song and Senior Colonel Hua are here, and Major General Hua. Ha! Where did he go? Hua Guanyuan and Song Jining walked over together. Hua Guanyuan looked at General Ji's car. Xiaoheng is in General Ji's car. Gu Nianji could only nod. Then let's get in the car and wait for him. At that moment, there were only General Ji, Speaker Long, Prime Minister Bai, and Hua Xiaoheng in General Ji's car. Even the driver and personal secretary had been kicked out of the car to stand guard. General Ji asked with a serious expression, Xiaoheng, it's good that you brought Nianji, Lu Jin, and He Guan Yuan back, but what about that person? He pointed at a black van parked behind his car. There was a coffin with a Caucasian man lying inside. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "That's Lorraine, who was brought over from the other world." Lorraine III, the owner of the Lorraine Consortium. Lorraine Consortium. The Lorraine Consortium that also exists in our world. Prime Minister Bai gasped and said in surprise, "It's really him. How could you bring him here? Aren't you going to mark the DNA?" General Ji looked at the car window in confusion. "I heard that you came back once, but wasn't that to mark He Guan Yuan and Lu Jin's DNA?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said, "I happened to meet Lorraine once, so I got a few strands of his hair. When I came back to mark it, I marked him as well." General Ji and the other two looked at each other. He knew Hua Xiaoheng very well, and it was hard to believe that he was just marking it conveniently. "Tell me honestly, why did you mark Lorraine?" General Ji asked in a low voice. "Don't try to play tricks on us." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said, "There's really no special reason. I just wanted to invite him to our side as a guest and do us a little favor." "What favor?" Prime Minister Bai didn't understand. "He came from the other world, not this world, don't talk nonsense." General Ji scolded Hua Xiaoheng coldly. "Lorraine here isn't a good person at all, and Lorraine from the other side probably isn't any better. You still want to invite Lorraine from the other side as a guest? Who are you fooling?" Speaker Long also became serious and said in a low voice, "Didn't the Special Operations Forces confirm that the respiratory infection that suddenly appeared in our country a few years ago was the strain of virus that flowed out of Lorraine's laboratory? Maybe Lorraine from the other side did the same thing." Hua Xiaoheng calmly took out his phone and opened the financial news. As he searched for the information he was looking for, he said, "Yes, we once reported the results of our investigation to the military and the Senate Special Task Force. That epidemic was indeed a small test of Lorraine's laboratory's abilities. Unfortunately, Lorraine here was very cautious and took very strict precautions. Our Special Operations Forces organized several operations, but all of them were unsuccessful and almost alerted the enemy," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "In the end, I met Lorraine in the other world. He was relentless in his pursuit of Nianji and me, so I had no choice but to beat him at his own game and invite him into the trap." As he spoke, Hua Xiaoheng had already found the information he was looking for and handed it to General Ji. "Help with this." General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai gathered together to look at Hua Xiaoheng's phone. They saw the important financial news from the United States displayed on his phone. Mr. Lorraine III, the president of the Lorraine Financial Group, suffered a sudden heart attack and died on the spot. General Ji raised his eyebrows and looked up with a happy expression. "You used the principle of a counterpart to kill Lorraine here." Hua Xiaoheng said seriously, "I didn't do anything. I only wanted to invite him over as a guest. Unfortunately, he passed away as soon as he arrived. I'm also very sorry." This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1930, I'm also very sorry. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes: there are 2 updates today. 8:00 in the evening of the second update. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Wu AI Hall for the 120,000 Chidian coins yesterday. A new big alliance is rising, don't worry, there will be more updates when the gifts are given, moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1942. Regret my A**s. General Ji glared at Hua Xiaoheng, his teeth itching. This guy was really going to die. Speaker Long held back his laughter and spread his hands. Mr. Loler was an old friend of ours. It's a pity that he passed away suddenly. Prime Minister Bai seemed to understand something and nodded. I'll send a message of condolences to the LoveLore Consortium when I get back. Unfortunately. Mr. Lola really worried about our country's population problem, was Xiaoheng pursed his lips. These old guys obviously hated Lola more than the other, but they were better at acting than the other. He put away his phone and glanced at the van behind him. He whispered, I'll take him to the military to be cremated now. General G nodded meaningfully. You have to personally see him cremated with the coffin. Don't let anyone else see his face. Yes, Chief, Hu Xiaoheng replied solemnly. I promise to complete the mission. After getting out of General G's car, Hu Xiaoheng made a few gestures to his private car. Yin Shixiang saw it from the car and also reached out to make a gesture to indicate that he had received it. He retracted his hand and said to the driver in the front seat, drive back to Major General Hu's official residence. Gu Nianji looked back at Hu Xiaoheng but didn't ask anything. She suppressed her doubts and began to chat and laugh with Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi with a relaxed expression. Hu Xiaoheng watched his private car drive away with Gu Nianji and Lu Jin and sighed softly. He turned back to look at the van beside him and thought to himself, without you, we really wouldn't have been able to make Lola die without a sound. Hu Xiaoheng's private car stopped in front of the official residence of the Special Operations Forces headquarters. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi got out of the car first and opened the door for them. Gu Nianji followed and said happily to Lu Jin, Dad, this is Major General Hu's home. We used to live in Sea City for 6 years. I only moved here 2 years ago because I wanted to go to the imperial capital for graduate school. In fact, she had only lived in the imperial capital for more than a year before she was kidnapped to the other world. Lu Jin got out of the car and squinted at it. He then raised his hand to look at his watch as if he was looking at the time. Then he said, it's not bad. The security here is quite tight. In addition to the guards on the surface, there are also snipers lying in ambush. Gu Nianji, it was one thing to stand guard on the surface, but how did the sniper who was hiding in the dark see through it? Glancing at Gu Nianji's undisguised confusion, Lu Jin smiled. You want to know how I could tell there was a sniper lying in ambush? Gu Nianji nodded repeatedly. If I say I guessed, Dad. Gu Nianji was furious. Can't you speak properly? Ha 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 ha. Lu Jin was especially happy to see Gu Nianji get angry. I won't tease you anymore. These snipers aren't very hidden because they didn't isolate the heat source, so I detected them. He showed the watch to Gu Nianji. Look, the number on the LED screen of this smartwatch shows how much human heat radiation there is around here. Subtract the number of people I can see from the numbers here, and the rest is the number of people I can't see. What does it mean to be invisible in this place? Of course it was an ambush sniper. What's more, it shows that the heat source is from the sniper rifle. Gu Nianji was amazed. I really have to hand it to him. How high is the radiative energy of the human body? The key was that this instrument was too sensitive. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi were shocked. The snipers lying in ambush around the official residence of the commander of the Special Operations Forces headquarters were known as the most secretive in all of Huaxia. In the end, they were detected by Lu Jin before they could even meet face to face. If this was detected by the enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Liangzi immediately walked over and said respectfully to Lu Jin, Mr. Lu, can you share with us the sensitivity of the heat source detection you used? We can improve our work. Yes, it's indeed worth improving, Lu Jin said bluntly. But no matter how you improve it, I can detect it here. But don't panic. I'm probably the only one who can detect it. It's impossible for anyone else to detect it. Zhao Liangzi, Gu Nianji tugged at Lu Jin's arm and whispered, Dad, I often live here. If it's not safe here, I really don't know where it's safe. Oh, I see. Lu Jin thought about it for a moment, then took off the smartwatch he had modified and placed it in Zhao Liangzi's hand. You can experiment with it, but let me tell you, the key is that the material you use to isolate the heat source isn't up to standard, so your ambush won't be able to hide from the more sensitive heat source detector. Song Jining was also stunned. She asked curiously, is there any material that can isolate the heat source? Of course. Lu Jin said without hesitation, but with your level of technology, you probably haven't reached that level yet, so there's no need to worry. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi felt their knees hurt as well after their faces hurt. Gu Nianji smiled awkwardly at them and stammered, what my dad means is that you've already done enough. There's no need to think too much. Yin Shixiang was both angry and amused. He reached out and patted her on the head. You little girl, you might as well not have said it. Listen, what's the difference between that and worrying for nothing? That's what I mean. I'm just saying it in another way. Gu Nianji smiled mischievously. In front of them, Zhao Liangzi had already pulled Lu Jin towards Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. At the same time, he seriously asked him about electromagnetic signal shielding and physical heat source shielding, as well as computer programs for intelligent signal detection. Song Jining also joined in the discussion, and the three of them quickly entered an academic atmosphere. Yin Shixiang didn't know much about this. He lagged behind and smiled at Gu Nianji. Nianji, that's great. I reckon the military will have to worship your father like a Buddha. Of course, Gu Nianji said proudly. My dad's abilities are amazing. If you're not convinced, you don't have to hang yourself. Just die of anger. Yin Shixiang laughed out loud. Even the calm Huo Guanyuan curled his lips. He had lived with Lu Jin for 18 years, so how could he not know what Lu Jin was capable of? And he also understood Lu Jin's thoughts. In order to intimidate the people from the military, Lu Jin had racked his brains to show off his abilities without batting an eyelid. He was actually not such a high-profile person, but he now knew very well that his existence was a powerful help to Gu Nianji. So he didn't hide it anymore. The few of them entered Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Zhao Liangzi, Lu Jin, and Song Jining had already gone upstairs to investigate. Yin Shixiang led Hua Guanyuan to a suite on the first floor with familiarity and said, Senior Colonel Hua, you can stay here for the time being. I think the military will make other arrangements for you. You don't have to worry. I'm not in a hurry. Hua Guanyuan nodded. It's good to have a place to stay. I'm not picky. Gu Nianji couldn't help thinking of Hua Guanyuan's huge business and assets in the other world. That was the network security empire that he had built from scratch after he had gone there. However, he had given up just like that. He didn't miss it at all. Gu Nianji was very impressed by Hua Guanyuan. She rolled her eyes and went to her room on the second floor to get a card and a bunch of keys. She said to Hua Guanyuan, Uncle Hua, this is my apartment. I won't be staying there for the time being. If you're free, you can stay with me. Of course, Hua Guanyuan wouldn't take Gu Nianji's house. He smiled and said, no need, I'm fine living here. Besides, the military will probably make arrangements for me. Thank you for your kindness. Seeing that Yin Shixiang wasn't in the room, Gu Nianji waved her keys and whispered, are you really not going? I live in the same apartment complex as Ms. Song, in the same building. Hua Guanyuan naturally reached out to take the card and keys. He smiled and said, then I'll borrow it for a few days. I'll return it to you when I have a house. No need, no need. You can stay as long as you want. Gu Nianji said with a smile, Major General Hua actually bought this house. I've returned it to its rightful owner now. It's Xiaoheng's money. He bought it for you. Uncle is only borrowing it for a few days. Hua Guanyuan said it openly, as if he had no selfish motives at all. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes countless times in her heart. Boss Lu, you're not young anymore. Why are you still being so reserved? However, she still smiled and said, Senior Colonel Hua, Major General Hua paid this money from his trust fund. You also have a share of grandmother's inheritance. A trace of sadness flashed through Hua Guanyuan's eyes at the mention of Xie Zian. Instead, he returned the card and keys to Gu Nianji and said, I'm going out for a while. Gu Nianji wanted to chase after him and ask where he was going, but she heard him calling Xixiang after he went out and asked him to help prepare a car. He said that he was going back to the Hua family's mansion, so she didn't follow him. She walked up the spiral staircase and headed for Lu Jin and Song Jining on the second floor. She pulled Song Jining to the side and whispered, Miss Song, Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan has returned to the Hua family's mansion. Do you want to follow him and take a look? Song Jining asked curiously, why should I follow him? I've already divorced Hua Guanqin. That's not my home. Gu Nianji was speechless. She thought to herself, it's because you and Hua Guanqin are divorced that you're letting you go. That scumbag didn't come to the airport to greet them, so you probably don't know that your own brother, Hua Guanyuan, is back, right? This is today's second update, Chapter 1931, High-Profile Intimidation. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes: there are 2 updates today. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1943. Facing Song Jining's beautiful face and her puzzled gaze, Gu Nianji thought of something. Beauty was beauty, but soulless. No, it wasn't that Song Jining didn't have a soul, but that she didn't have the string of love between a man and a woman, right? Then how did Hua Guanqin, that scumbag, catch up to Song Jining? Just as she was having a headache, she suddenly heard Lu Jin's voice approaching from afar. Nianji. Where's Nianji? And where did Boss Lu go? Lu Jin had come down from upstairs. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She quickly poked her head out of Hua Guanyuan's suite and waved at Lu Jin. Dad, come here for a moment. Lu Jin beamed when he saw Gu Nianji. His mood was as clear as the sky after the rain. What's the matter? What are you doing here? Lu Jin walked in. When he entered the room, he saw that Song Jining was also in the room. Lu Jin stopped in his tracks and quickly glanced around the room. Ha! Boss Lu isn't here. Song Jining knew that the boss Lu Jin was referring to was Lu Yuan, Hua Guanyuan's alias in the other world. She smiled and said, Mr. Lu is looking for Xiaoheng's uncle, right? He went back to the Hua family. Lu Jin nodded and said politely to Song Jining, Miss Song, just call me Lu Jin. Mr. Lu is treating me like an outsider. Sure, you can also call me Jining. Song Jining tried her best to get close to Lu Jin. She had only talked to Lu Jin about a few high-energy physics issues. Lu Jin's knowledge and insights had broadened her horizons and she was impressed. Gu Nianji felt a little guilty when she saw that the two of them were getting more and more intimate. She quickly said, Dad, Senior Colonel Hua went back to his house. I heard that his brother is at home. Sigh, I don't know if Senior Colonel Hua can handle his powerful brother. Lu Jin was confused. There's someone that Boss Lu can't handle. Nianji, you're not lying to me, are you? Gu Nianji said seriously, why would I lie to you? No matter in which world, no one can lie to you. That's true. Lu Jin was very satisfied with the answer, but he still asked in confusion, but Boss Lu is only slightly weaker than me. His brother can't be more powerful than me. I don't know how powerful Senior Colonel Hua's younger brother is. Gu Nianji coughed. All I know is that the woman that Senior Colonel Hua couldn't get, his brother did. Also, Hua Xiao was his younger brother's biological son. Is the person who gave birth to such a powerful son even more powerful himself? Lu Jin immediately said, that's not necessarily true. From a genetic point of view, it was possible for genes to mutate. Although this possibility was not high, with so many people in the world, there was always a possibility of a mutation. Otherwise, why would there be a saying that good bamboo shoots come out of bad bamboo? Gu Nianji was almost speechless by Lu Jin's words, so she could only follow his lead. She stamped her feet and said in a coquettish voice, "Dad. Are you going or not? What if Senior Colonel Hua gets sick because of his brother? Who's going to cook for us?" Lu Jin suddenly raised his head, looking energized. That's right. Although Boss Lu is powerful, he's not the type to argue with others directly. Everyone praises him for his eloquence. Actually, I think he's angered himself to the point of suffering internal injuries. Gu Nianji, he had a high EQ. Gu Nianji thought to herself, but seeing that Lu Jin had already decided to go to the Hua family, she didn't continue arguing. As she held Lu Jin's arm, Gu Nianji turned to look at Song Jining. She smiled and said, "Miss Song, my father is unfamiliar with this place and doesn't know how to speak. Do you want to go with him? If my father says something wrong and offends General Hua Guanchen, can you put in a good word for him?" "Actually, it's useless for me to speak," Song Jining said tactfully. "Hua Guanchen has no feelings for me, and I have no feelings for him either. I don't want to see him." Gu Nianji was a little frustrated and asked in confusion, "Miss Song, can you really control your feelings so easily?" "Yes." Song Jining nodded and said straightforwardly, "I'm very simple about feelings. It's like there's a switch in my mind about feelings. When I like it, I turn on the switch and let the feelings flow. Once I hate it and don't like it, I won't hesitate to withdraw my feelings and turn the switch tightly." Gu Nianji, it was really the language of a scientist. Gu Nianji felt very tired. Lu Jin listened with relish and quickly nodded. Well said, well said. I've always thought that feelings can actually be quantified. Some people say that it's boring to be calculative about feelings, but that's not the case. But I think it would be good if we could be calculative about feelings. That way, we could derive a formula and verify whether this relationship will succeed. If the success rate is very low, there's no need to start at all. It's a waste of time and life. Song Jinning's eyes lit up and she almost shook Lu Jin's hand. A confidant. Lu Jin, I didn't expect someone to be able to articulate my feelings so clearly. I just think it's a waste of time to talk about relationships, so when I was young, I cut the Gordian knot and married the person who pursued me the most, Song Jinning said regretfully. Of course, the result wasn't satisfactory. This was the result of not using a formula to derive it properly. Seeing that the two of them were already discussing the variables and functions needed to optimize their love inequality, as they walked, Gu Nianji's head was about to explode. With these two genius scientists together, it could be foreseen that in the near future, they might invent a language that only the two of them understood to communicate. Was President Liu really going to suffer a tragedy? Gu Nianji looked at the backs of the two people in front of her in panic. She didn't know what to do. She didn't want to get involved in the emotional lives of her elders, but it was only because Hu Guanyuan's decades of bitter love that she felt sorry for him and wanted to help him. But her father and Song Jinning really got along well. She liked all three of them very much, and she didn't want any of them to be sad. What should she do? Zhao Liangze walked over with Lu Jin's smartwatch. Seeing Gu Nianji's uneasy expression, he said in surprise, "Nianji, what's wrong? We're already here. Is there anything else you're worried about?" Gu Nianji glanced at him sideways. "Brother Zhe, have you paid the patent fee for using my dad's invention?" Zhao Liangze immediately put on a smile. "Little Nianji, we're family. Uncle's invention is also your invention. Will you still haggle over every ounce with Brother Zhe?" Gu Nianji snorted and suddenly thought of Bai Shuang in the other world. Of course, there was also Zhao Liangze in the other world. Gu Nianji didn't have any feelings for Zhao Liangze. As expected, she wasn't someone who looked at appearances. Gu Nianji's mood improved again, and her dark jade-like eyes were filled with smiles. She suddenly asked, Brother Zhe, if there was a girl who looked exactly like Bai Shuang, would you fall in love with her? Zhao Liang's smile froze on his face. He hadn't heard the name Bai Shuang in a long time. The people around him, whether it was friends, relatives, colleagues, or even his superiors, wouldn't mention this name in front of him. They thought that he would be sad and pained at the mention of this name. Yes, he would be sad and pained, but he actually hoped that someone would mention Bai Shuang in front of him and talk about Bai Shuang with him. That way, he wouldn't be the only one who missed her. He would feel that she hadn't left yet, and that she had always lived in everyone's hearts. Moreover, whenever he heard this name, his mood would be like riding a roller coaster. One moment it was high, and the next moment it was low. That kind of instant weightlessness was like a stimulant to him, and he couldn't resist it. It was a complex mix of sweet and bitter emotions. In the past, he was the only one who had tasted it, but now there was finally another person. Zhao Liangse looked at Gu Nianji with a complicated expression and said softly, No, even if she looks exactly like Bai Shuang, I know that's not her. Do you remember? When Bai Shuang started pursuing me, I thought she was interested in Major General Hua. Zhao Liangse said with a smile. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. She wasn't interested in listening to such words. Everything related to Major General Hua was blocked. Gu Nianji turned around and left to chase after Lu Jin and Song Jining. Yin Shixiang happened to come out of the dining room and asked, Nianji, where are you going? I'm going out for a walk with my dad and Miss Song. Gu Nianji waved her hand without looking back. Brother Xiong, go back and tell Chi-Chi that I'll go play with her when I'm free in a few days. Yin Shixiang quickly nodded. Chi-Chi has been talking about you. Why don't you go see her tomorrow? I might not be free tomorrow. Gu Nianji thought about Lu Jin's matter. She had to arrange her father's life and work before she had the time to do her own things. Yin Shixiang quickly said, then give Chi-Chi a call yourself tonight. Okay, I'll call later. Gu Nianji had actually wanted to contact Ma Chi-Chi as soon as she came back, but she wasn't sure what she was doing now, so she didn't dare to disturb her. Now that Yin Shixiang said it was fine, she could call. She looked up and saw that Lu Jin and Song Jining had already reached the entrance of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Gu Nianji quickly looked for Yin Shixiang and said, Brother Xiong, give me a car. I'll drive them out for a walk. Yin Shixiang called the orderly to drive a car over and said, This car is more stable. Don't drive too fast. Got it. Gu Nianji ran to the door and stopped Lu Jin and Song Jining. Please wait a moment. I'll have someone drive over. Not long after, a black SUV stopped in front of them. The orderly got out of the car and gave the car keys to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji thanked him with a smile and got into the driver's seat. Lu Jin opened the car door and asked Song Jining to get in first. He also got in. Gu Nianji was a little uneasy at first, but when she saw Lu Jin ask Song Jining to sit in the back seat while he sat in the front passenger seat next to Gu Nianji was happy again. It seemed that in Lu Jin's heart, his daughter was still the most important thing. Gu Nianji was elated, but after starting the car and driving out, she felt a little guilty. After thinking about it for a long time, she didn't know if the subtle hints would work on Lu Jin and Song Jining. She decided to go straight to the point and asked bluntly, Dad, do you want to find me another mother? Lu Jin was looking out the window at the scenery. When he heard this, he was stunned. Why should I find you another mother? Nianji, your mother is irreplaceable. Gu Nianji, she asked Song Jining again, what about Miss Song? You're so beautiful. Do you plan to start a second relationship? Song Jining frowned. It's too much of a waste of time to talk about relationships. My work schedule is full at the moment, so I don't have time to talk about relationships. Lu Jin nodded repeatedly. If you have the time, you might as well do experiments and program. Yes, that's what I said too. Besides, I'm getting old and I'm about to have a grandson. How can I have the time to fall in love like a young person? Song Jining and Lu Jin had a lot in common. When it came to the topic of grandchildren, the two of them had even more in common. Lu Jin turned around happily and looked at Song Jining. By the way, after Nyenji and Major General Hua get married, how many children do you think it's better to have? This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1932, No One Can Replace. Reminder, monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. At 8:00 in the evening. P.S. I'd like to announce that my book group has been streamlined. There are only 3 groups now. History of Cambrian Leader Group, Group number 229600548. Any leader of a certain book can join, including readers from both Chidian and QQ Reading, Cloud Rising. All the benefits in this group are shared. The Cambrian Full Subscription Group, Group number 146941331. This group is for book friends who subscribe to the original book in full. This group also has benefits. Please see the group announcement for details. General Fan Group, Group number 657793292. Anyone who likes Major General's book can join. There are no fan points requirements. Everyone is welcome to join the group to play. You can communicate, complain, or even urge me to update moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1944. Song Jining was a woman after all, so she knew this very well. She smiled and said, if Nyenji wants to have as many as she wants, I won't rush them. Lu Jin took it seriously. But you just said you wanted a grandson. Why are you not rushing them now? The corners of Gu Nyenji's mouth twitched. She was about to help Song Jining smooth things over, but she didn't expect Song Jining to explain seriously, I was just being polite. What I meant was that I'm old enough to have a grandson. It's not that I have to have a grandson, and I didn't mean to rush them. Lu Jin understood and nodded. Yes, Miss Song is very cautious. It was my mistake. Song Jining had a better impression of Lu Jin when she saw that he had changed his ways. Seeing that Gu Nyenji was still driving without saying a word, she was worried that she would be unhappy and said guiltily, Nyenji, don't think too much. I really didn't mean to rush them. Actually, you're only 20 years old and have just started your career. You don't have that much time to have children. I understand. Besides, I'm so busy. I guess I only have time to visit my grandson on the weekends. I don't have time to take care of your children. Gu Nyenji thought to herself that Miss Song had never even taken care of her own son. Her mother-in-law, Xie Xian, had personally brought Hua Xiaoheng up. How could she have time to take care of her grandson? She hadn't had any hopes, but she didn't plan to have a child in the near future either. Gu Nyenji gripped the steering wheel tightly and smiled sheepishly. Miss Song, I know you're joking. But to be honest, having a child is really a waste of time. How is it a waste of time? Lu Jin whispered. Actually, just be a fertilized egg and find a surrogate or something. Gu Nyenji glanced at him sideways. Lu Jin immediately pursed his lips and didn't dare to speak again. After a while, Gu Nyenji said slowly, I definitely have to have a child. It's impossible not to have one. But I'll only have one, no more. Also, I don't want to be a fertilized egg, nor do I want to find a surrogate. I want to have my own child. Lu Jin was restless. He thought Gu Nyenji was angry, so he racked his brains to make her happy. Nyenji, I don't have any intention of rushing you. Actually, you can have as many as you want. Lu Jin reflected on himself. Dad hopes that you can have your own family and children. Don't be like Dad and be alone all your life. Gu Nianji's eyes immediately reddened, and she quickly said, Dad, I know. It's good that you're like this. If I could be like you, I would wake up smiling even in my dreams. What's so good about me? Lu Jin looked at himself in confusion. I haven't been married until now. Even my own children are. Gu Nianji was speechless again and quickly changed the topic. Dad, you know particle physics. I'll fall asleep when I read a physics book. Song Jining was interested in this topic and immediately started chatting with Lu Jin again. She said, Nianji is so smart. It's a pity that she doesn't study physics and law. I've been persuading her to study high-energy physics with me, but she just doesn't agree. Lu Jin didn't have anything in common with Song Jining at this moment. He immediately said, that won't do. Nianji was born to study law. Her biological mother is a very famous lawyer, and I am very happy that she inherited her mother's talent in the law. Ha! Don't you want her to inherit your mantle and study physics with you? Song Jining was surprised and curious about Gu Nianji's biological mother. What about Nianji's mother? Why didn't she come with you? Of course, Hua Xiaoheng had never mentioned Qin Suwen to Song Jining. Song Jining had no idea who Gu Nianji's biological mother was. Even if she told Lu Jin about it, it was a taboo that she couldn't say. Gu Nianji glanced at Lu Jin worriedly. Sure enough, his expression darkened. He pursed his lips tightly and stubbornly looked out of the window without saying anything. Gu Nianji had no choice but to say vaguely, Miss Song, it's a long story. But my dad doesn't want to talk about it. Please forgive him. Song Jining understood. She wasn't a particularly gossipy person, so she immediately said apologetically, I was too nosy. I'm sorry, Nianji. Mr. Liu, I shouldn't have asked this question. Lu Jin came back to his senses and said with a smile, it's a great virtue to know your mistakes and correct them. He and Song Jining had each admitted their mistakes, and they had a deeper understanding of each other. Gu Nianji listened to their conversation and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. She drove faster and faster. Not long after, she stopped in front of the Hua family's mansion in the military compound. There was already a car parked in front of the carved iron gate. The license plate was from the Special Operations Forces. This should be the car that Hua Guanyuan was in. Gu Nianji parked the car and got out of the car. She asked the driver of the car, may I ask when Senior Colonel Hua arrived? The driver stood straight beside the car as if he was standing guard. He quickly said, Senior Colonel Hua just arrived and just went in. He knew Gu Nianji and was very respectful to her. Gu Nianji smiled and nodded. Thank you. She turned to Lu Jin and Song Jining, who had just gotten out of the car, and said, let's go in. Song Jining had lived here for more than 30 years. Although she had been ill for more than 10 years, she was still very familiar with this place. Gu Nianji had only been here a few times, but she had a good memory and had a deep impression of this place, so she led Lu Jin in with familiarity. The soldier standing guard at the Hua family's gate knew Gu Nianji and Song Jining, but he didn't know Lu Jin. When they walked over, he reached out to stop them and asked, may I ask who this gentleman is? Do you have a pass? Gu Nianji smiled and said, this gentleman is my father. He's here to meet my fiancé's father. The soldier on guard thought about it silently for a while before he figured out the relationship between these relatives. He retracted his hand and saluted Gu Nianji. Lawyer Gu, please come in. Gu Nianji nodded in return. Thank you. The three of them walked through the carved iron gate at the entrance of the courtyard and walked along the bluestone path to the main house of the Hua family's residence. Lu Jin looked around and shook his head. The house here doesn't have the grandeur of the He family. Gu Nianji thought to herself, how could they compare? The He family was like an emperor in the other world. They were the absolute leader. The Huo family's status among the higher-ups here was still relatively ordinary. If it weren't for the fact that Huo Xiaoheng had been heavily groomed by General Ji as a rising star, the Huo family would probably be in decline with just Huo Xuanong and Huo Guanqin. Song Jining glanced at Lu Jin. She knew that things in the other world probably weren't that simple, but these weren't things that a scholar like her could ask about. She pretended not to hear him and walked up the steps with Lu Jin. Gu Nianji led the way. Pushing open the ajar door, Gu Nianji saw Huo Guanyuan's tall figure standing in the middle of the living room with his back facing the door. In the slightly sunken living room, an L-shaped navy blue sofa surrounded the center of the living room. Another tall man stood in front of the sofa and looked at the person in front of him in surprise. The man standing in front of the sofa was, of course, Huo Guanqin. His eyes widened as he looked at the man who walked in with steady steps. Big brother. He took a few quick steps forward to shake Huo Guanyuan's hand and said in surprise, "You're really my big brother. You're still alive. Are you disappointed that I'm still alive?" Huo Guanyuan put one hand behind his back. He had no intention of shaking Huo Guanqin's hand, but his fists were clenched tightly behind his back. The scenes that Huo Xiaoheng had told him in the other world appeared in his mind, and the expression on his face turned even colder. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1933, Brothers Meet. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1945. Big brother. You really are my big brother. 18 years, where have you been? Everyone thought you were really in that failed experiment back then. Huo Guanqin was pleasantly surprised as he strode forward. He wanted to shake hands with Huo Guanyuan, but Huo Guanyuan had both hands behind his back. Huo Guanqin's outstretched hand hovered in mid-air, his expression a little awkward. However, he quickly recovered. After all, the surprise of seeing his big brother had overshadowed his embarrassment just now. Big brother, how have you been all these years? Did you go on a mission? Huo Guanqin greeted her warmly. Sit down. What would you like to drink? I'm so happy today. Big brother, we haven't seen each other for 18 years. We must get drunk today. He had already realized that Huo Guanyuan was the backbone of the intelligence department back then. Those who worked in the intelligence field would sometimes fake their death and change their identities to carry out missions. Of course, it was very rare for someone like Huo Guanyuan to be gone for 18 years. Huo Guanqin did not continue to ask where Huo Guanyuan had been for the past 18 years. He had already come back to his senses and knew that these were not things he could ask. Huo Guanyuan didn't sit down. His expression was slightly cold, and his tone was gentle. What have you been doing all these years? What did you do in the past 18 years when I wasn't home? Huo Guanqin had admired and respected his older brother since he was young. He had always thought that his older brother was a mountain that he could never surpass. However, after Huo Guanyuan's sacrifice, Huo Guanqin worked hard. Now, his military rank was far higher than his eldest brother's when he went missing. His confidence had returned. Big brother, now that you're gone, father has placed all his hopes on me. I'm under too much pressure, but I've always looked up to you as a role model and never dared to slack off. I didn't let father and big brother down. I'm now a general. Huo Guanqin smiled. Big brother, are you really not going to sit down? Do you know how much has happened in the past 18 years? Oh, right, your wife Luo Xinchua passed away many years ago. Huo Guanqin couldn't help but sigh when he thought of Luo Xinchua and Luo Zhelan. Big brother, you hit it so well. Luo Zhelan is actually not your biological daughter. Huo Guanchen shook his head and said regretfully, she made a big mistake and was sentenced to prison. She died in prison. What a pity. Huo Guanyuan's tone, which had just eased up, instantly froze. What a pity. Luo Jialan abused your seriously ill ex-wife for more than 10 years, and you actually feel pity for her. Boom. Huo Guanyuan took a step forward. With a whoosh, he punched Huo Guanchen in the chest and sent him flying backward. He fell onto the L-shaped sofa behind him. Although Huo Guanchen didn't fall to the ground, the punch to his chest almost made him vomit blood. He felt a stabbing pain in his chest and saw stars. His breath was stuck in his throat, causing him to be tongue-tied and his face to turn purple. Gu Nianji, Song Jining, and Lu Jin walked in at this moment. They didn't see Huo Guanyuan make a move. They only saw Huo Guanchen lying half dead on the sofa, clutching his chest and gasping for air. It was obvious that he had been beaten up. Gu Nianji forced herself not to laugh out loud. She almost clapped her hands and cheered. Lu Jin walked to Huo Guanyuan's side and stood still. His gaze wandered between Huo Guanyuan and Huo Guanchen. He asked hesitantly. This is your biological brother? Huo Guanyuan nodded. He was no longer gentle and calm. Instead, he said coldly, he doesn't know me, but I know him. He's not that good. Lu Jin walked over and tilted his head to look at Huo Guanchen carefully. He's not as handsome as you, and he's not as capable as you. It seems like he's not as good at fighting as you are. He turned to look at Song Jining and asked curiously. Miss Song, what's wrong with your taste? Why did you choose such a thing and not our boss Lu? Song Jining's face turned red. This was the first time she had experienced the lethality of Lu Jin's severe interpersonal disorder. It was truly an honest and fair attack, treating everyone equally and indiscriminately. Gu Nianji wanted to smooth things over, but from the corner of her eye, she saw that Huo Guanchen's face was suddenly filled with anger. He struggled to get up from the sofa, so she immediately shut her mouth. Only then did Huo Guanchen see Song Jining. Of course, he also saw Gu Nianji. However, at this moment, he was so agitated that he didn't take Gu Nianji and the tall, thin man seriously at all. With one hand on the sofa and the other on his chest, he finally stood up and said hoarsely. Brother. Are you really my biological brother? Are you disappointed that I didn't sacrifice myself? Huo Guanyuan clenched his fists again. His eyes were dark as he said coldly, or you don't want to acknowledge me. Huo Guanchen wiped the discomfort from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. He stared at Huo Guanyuan and said word by word, it's not that I don't want to acknowledge you, but that you don't treat me as your biological brother. My own big brother has never hit me before. Huo Guanyuan pursed his lips and put his hands in his pockets. He said to Huo Guanchen, there's a first time for everything. You have to get used to it. Besides, it doesn't matter if you don't want to acknowledge me. General Ji can acknowledge me. Huo Guanchen was shocked and even more surprised. General Ji also knows that you're back. Why didn't anyone inform me? When we got off the plane today, General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai were at the airport to personally welcome Senior Colonel Huo Guanyuan back home. Gu Nianji deliberately said that all of this was because of Huo Guanyuan. Although he was also one of the reasons, the biggest reason was actually Lu Jin. However, Huo Guanchen didn't need to know. As for why no one informed you that your biological brother, Senior Colonel Huo Guanyuan, has returned to the army, don't you have any idea? Gu Nianji's sharp tongue was also very hateful. Huo Guanchen's chest felt even more uncomfortable. His face turned the color of a pig's liver. He pointed at Gu Nianji with a trembling hand and gritted his teeth. Gu Nianji, don't interrupt when your elders are talking. Lu Jin couldn't stand others talking about his daughter. He took a step forward and pushed Huo Guanchen's hand away. He raised his head and said, "Speak properly. What are you pointing at? When did my daughter interrupt? She has the constitutional right to freedom of speech. Tell me, which section of the law says that juniors can't interrupt when their elders are talking?" Huo Guanchen glared at Lu Jin and said in a low voice, "And who are you? Didn't Gu Nianji's father pass away? Where did she get a father?" "Pfft! You're the one who passed away." Lu Jin was furious. He pointed his finger at Huo Guanchen's forehead. "Listen up. I'm Nianji's biological father. I have DNA evidence. Chief, are you okay?" The orderlies of the Huo residence surrounded him when they saw this. They wouldn't just watch as these people came to slap their chief in the face. However, of the 4 people who came, one was the chief's ex-wife, one was the chief's son's fiancé, and the other sounded like the chief's biological brother. As for the tall and thin man, he was the chief's son's fiancé's father, who was the chief's future in-laws. Speaking of which, they weren't outsiders, therefore, they were also cautious and didn't rashly go forward. If these people hadn't come to the house, these orderlies would have arrested all these intruders before they could make a move. The guns they had weren't toy guns. Huo Guanchen waved his hand at his orderlies. "I'm fine. You guys can leave." He tried his best to stand up straight and took a deep look at Song Jining, who had been standing silently by the side. He then said to Huo Guanyuan, "Big brother, we haven't seen each other for 18 years. I didn't expect you to beat up your brother the moment we met. How did my brother let my brother down? Why did you hit me so hard? Don't you know why I hit you?" Huo Guanyuan was unknowingly infected by Gu Nianji and used her words. Huo Guanchen glanced at Song Jining again. Seeing that she didn't even look at him and looked extremely distant, he was extremely angry and continued, "I really didn't know. I think I'm a fool. Back then, my own brother coveted my wife, but I didn't know. So when my brother returned 18 years later, the first thing he did wasn't go home to see me or my father, but to see my brother's wife. He even brought her to my brother's house to show off. I'd rather not have such a brother." Huo Guanyuan was furious. He took a step forward and grabbed Huo Guanchen's shirt. He said angrily, "Do you only see things between men and women? No wonder you're so shameless." Without turning his head, he pointed his finger at Song Jining, who was standing diagonally behind him. Back then, Mrs. Song was seriously ill. You actually divorced her while she was seriously ill. You completely disgraced the men of the Huo family. Do you think I'm angry just because of Mrs. Song? Huo Guanchen, have you already forgotten how our biological mother passed away? Huo Guanchen's eyes darkened. Like a deflated balloon, he collapsed in front of Huo Guanyuan. "Do you want me to remind you?" Huo Guanyuan carried Huo Guanchen upstairs and brought him to the former residence of their biological mother, Xie Zian. "Open the door." Huo Guanyuan held Huo Guanchen's arm and pressed his palm against the fingerprint lock on the door. The door lock opened. Huo Guanyuan looked up. Fortunately, the place was still decorated the same as when his mother, Xie Zian, was alive. Huo Guanyuan gritted his teeth and threw Huo Guanchen in. Then, he walked in himself and closed the door with a bang. Gu Nianji and Lu Jin followed and only heard the sound of the door closing. Gu Nianji looked in the direction where the two of them had disappeared and said thoughtfully, "That was Major General Huo's grandmother's former room, the biological mother of Huo Guanyuan and Huo Guanchen." Lu Jin replied with an "oh," and looked around the Huo family's small building. He nodded and said, "The security here is pretty good. Major General Huo did it himself, right?" "I think so." Gu Nianji wasn't very sure. "Let's go down and talk to Mrs. Song." Lu Jin said, "Boss Lu is better at fighting than Xiaoheng's biological father. Don't worry about him being at a disadvantage." "Gu Nianji, let's go. Mrs. Song must be bored downstairs alone." Gu Nianji said as she turned around and went downstairs. She had originally come to help Huo Guanyuan. If he couldn't beat Huo Guanchen, she would help him. But now, Huo Guanchen couldn't beat Huo Guanyuan. Of course, Gu Nianji pretended not to see and hid as far away as she could. In Xie Xian's room, Huo Guanchen was pressed down by Huo Guanyuan and knelt in front of Xie Xian's photo. Take a good look. Are you worthy of our mother? Huo Guanyuan knelt on one knee beside Huo Guanchen and pinched the back of his neck, forcing him to look up at the photo on the mantel. His face was livid. I already knew that the head nurse surnamed Zhang had an affair with my father. I warned her many times. You actually let her into the house and brought in her illegitimate child's family. Don't tell me you didn't know. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1934, What You Owe. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes: there are 2 updates today. At 8:00 in the evening. P.S. Thank you to Helen 3500 Meatball for the 30,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Congratulations to Helen 3500 Meatball for becoming the 34th leader of the Major General. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1946. When Huo Guanchen heard his brother, who had been away from home for 18 years, mention his mother, Xie Xian, he said bitterly, "Brother, do you know that you didn't take care of yourself earlier and allowed head nurse Zhang to stay by Dad's side? Now you're blaming me." He struggled to free himself from Huo Guanyuan's grasp and stood up from the ground. Although Huo Guanyuan was pinching the back of Huo Guanchen's neck, he didn't use too much force. Otherwise, Huo Guanchen wouldn't have been able to stand up. However, Huo Guanchen only felt that he had become more capable. Although his brother was powerful, he was no pushover either. He looked back at his big brother who was half a head taller than him and sneered, "Big brother, what do you do for a living?" "What do I do for a living? I'm not as perceptive as you are in my life. I really didn't know that head nurse Zhang had a shady relationship with Dad." Huo Guanyuan's gaze fell on Xie Xian's photo opposite him. His expression was slightly cold as he said, "Don't try to excuse yourself. Even if you didn't know at first, how could you not know when her whole family moved in? No matter how slow you are, you would know. Otherwise, how could you have climbed to such a high position?" Ha 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 ha. "Big brother, you finally spoke the truth. You just can't bear to see me better than you." Under the bright light in the room, Huo Guanchen's expression turned ferocious for a moment. "Ever since we were young, you've always been better and more capable than me. I admit it. Who asked you to be my big brother? In my memory, Big Brother was kind to his brothers, caring for his comrades, and respectful to his parents. He was perfect without any flaws. He was a good man that everyone praised. I respect and worship such a big brother because he is worth it. But now you..." Huo Guanchen reached out and tapped Huo Guanyuan's chest heavily. He said angrily, "Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you look like now? Extreme. Narrow-minded. Selfish. Jealousy. You even hit me. I really wonder if you are an imposter." The corners of Huo Guanyuan's mouth twitched. He grabbed Huo Guanchen's wrist and almost broke it. However, Huo Guanchen tried his best to endure the pain and did not bow down in front of Huo Guanyuan. Huo Guanyuan looked down at his younger brother. When they were young, he had been like a follower who had been by his side like a shadow. Now, he had grown up and knew how to push all the blame onto others. "Huo Guanchen, if you think I'm perfect and flawless, that I'm a good person that everyone praises, then you don't know me at all." As Huo Guanyuan spoke, his face regained its calm and composure. "Don't you know what I do for a living? People who do this kind of work are the best at disguising. If you can't see through the appearance and see the essence, it's your own incompetence." Huo Guanyuan pushed hard and let go of Huo Guanchen's wrist. He said indifferently, I'm not a perfect person. My loyalty is all dedicated to my work and my country. I don't have so many feelings for unrelated people. Huoguanshan, since you refuse to admit your mistakes and repent, then we have nothing else to say. As he spoke, Huoguanyuan knelt down in front of Xie Xian's portrait and kowtowed to her 3 times respectfully. Mom, I came back late. I've made you suffer. Huoguanshan felt a little guilty when he saw Huoguanyuan like this. He didn't know what he was going to do, so he couldn't help but kneel down as well. He admitted defeat and said, Big brother, I really didn't know. I didn't do it on purpose. He hesitated for a moment, but still said, besides, when you suddenly died, my parents were so sad that they fell ill in bed. I was alone, so I couldn't take care of them. Head nurse Zhang took care of my father's body for so many years. With her around, I had the time to take care of my mother. And compared to my mother, my father suffered a greater blow. You didn't see how sad my father was. Big brother, you don't know. You're my father's hope. Ever since I was young, my father has always had higher expectations for you. He doesn't actually have that high of me. At that time, head nurse Zhang suddenly said that the family didn't have enough manpower and wanted to bring her son and daughter-in-law's family in to help us. My father readily agreed. I saw how happy my father was, as if it could make up for the loss of you, so I acquiesced. Huoguanshan stood up with Huoguanyuan and said with a bitter smile, I only found out about head nurse Zhang and my father after the Zhang family moved in. I also found out that Zhang Baochen was my father's illegitimate son. But what do you want me to do? If I had cried out at that time, I could have chased them away, but everything my father had would have been destroyed. Huoguanshan was extremely excited. Do you think my mother didn't know? My mother didn't say anything for the sake of my father's reputation. Smack. Smack. For the first time, Huoguanyuan realized that he couldn't control his emotions. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped Huoguanshan's face. Huoguanshan staggered from the slap. His body spun around and he fell onto the mantle behind him. Huoguanyuan was so strong that Huoguanshan almost broke the mantle. Xie Xian's photo swayed twice and fell from the mantle. Huoguanyuan quickly reached out to pick it up. He wiped it with his sleeve and held it in his arms. Brother, you hit me over and over again. What did I do wrong? Why do you think I didn't do anything after discovering Zhang Baochen's background? Huoguanshan felt extremely wronged and was filled with grief and indignation. That's because I wanted to make up for the loss of my father's beloved son. You didn't see how happy father was ever since Zhang Baochen's family moved in. His health gradually improved. Huoguanyuan waved his hand and strangled Huoguanshan's neck. His voice became even colder. You replaced me with Zhang Baochen. In your heart, I'm just like that piece of trash. Also, you keep saying that your father is the saddest and sickest, but he's still alive and well. Meanwhile, your mother, who you've always taken care of, passed away early. Who's the saddest? Huoguanshan, are you blind? Huoguanyuan was furious. We're both brothers, but I didn't know that your IQ was so low. My IQ is low. Huoguanshan felt that he had been backing down all this time. He had no choice but to resist. It's obviously easy for you to say that. You still think that father doesn't care about you just because he's not dead. Huoguanyuan, I didn't know you were such a cold-blooded and heartless person. You really have a low IQ. You can't even understand what I'm saying. Huoguanyuan let go of his hand. He was extremely disappointed with his younger brother. Not only did you not understand, but you also deliberately twisted my words. You're good. Now I can see that you're capable. You're able to rise through the ranks. You didn't learn anything good, but you learned all these messy things. I also learned from you. Huo Guanchen adjusted his collar and sneered. Yes, I'm not as capable as you, but I married the person I love the most and even gave birth to the most powerful son with her. What about you? You're shameless and coveted your own sister-in-law. That's right, I didn't see your true colors. When you suddenly married your comrade's woman and gave birth to a child only 7 months after marriage, so many people in the military said that you had a problem with your style. It was my father and I who stood firmly on your side and fought against those who spread rumors. But how did you repay me and my father? Huo Guanchen's eyes were bloodshot, and he was furious to the extreme. You think my father wasn't sad enough because he wasn't sad enough to die. You also think that I'm not smart enough and drag down your heroic image. At that moment, the door behind them was suddenly pushed open. Lu Jin stood at the door with Song Jining, wanting to talk to Huo Guanyuan. Huo Guanchen's attention was focused on Huo Guanyuan, so he didn't notice and blurted out, "But so what? Not only did I woo the goddess of your heart, but I also married her and even divorced her. You're so powerful, but you still want to pick up my used shoes." Song Jining originally didn't want to get involved in the Huo family's matters, but when she heard Huo Guanchen's words, she was so angry that she was about to die. She pushed Lu Jin away and stomped in. She raised her hand and slapped Huo Guanchen's swollen face again. Huo Guanchen. I was indeed blind. Why would I marry a scumbag like you? What made Song Jining even more angry was that she had once loved this man with all her heart. Huo Guanchen had only wanted to provoke Huo Guanyuan to the greatest extent, so he had said the words that could provoke a man the most. He hadn't expected Song Jining to overhear his words. A trace of panic flashed through his eyes, and he immediately ignored the presence of outsiders. He pulled Song Jining and sobbed, "Jining, I was wrong. I was just arguing with my brother. I didn't mean to belittle you. I was just angry. Don't you know how I've treated you after all these years?" Lu Jin walked in as well. A hint of slyness flashed through his eyes, but on the surface, he said seriously, "From a psychological point of view, words that are blurted out in anger are a person's truest emotional reaction. Because these words are actually in the deepest part of your consciousness, and they are also the part closest to your nature. If you've never thought about these words, then no matter how angry you are, you wouldn't have said these hurtful words. So when you said that Miss Song was a used shoe, it was definitely not out of anger, but the truest reaction and opinion from the bottom of your heart." This kind of argument, which seemed fair from an academic point of view, but was actually biased, added fuel to the fire. Not only was Song Jining's heart cold, but she was also disgusted. She kicked him hard, and Huo Guanchen reflexively covered his vital parts. He took a few steps back and let go of Song Jining. Song Jining turned around and ran out of Xie Xian's room. Huo Guanyuan was worried about Song Jining. He glared at Huo Guanchen coldly and said, "Huo Guanchen, we have nothing to say. I don't have a younger brother like you. Don't worry, from now on, I'm no longer Huo Guanyuan, and I won't regain my identity and name." His gaze fell on Lu Jin, who was at a loss for words, and he said word by word, "I'm still Lu Yuan. Lu Jin is my real brother." This was today's second update, Chapter 1935, Brothers, Settle Accounts Clearly. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes: there were 2 updates today. P.S. I'll say it again. My book group has been streamlined. There are only 3 groups now, all of which are QQ groups. The History of Cambrian Group, group number 229600548. Anyone who is the leader of any of my books, with more than 100,000 fans, can join, including Chidian and QQ Reading, Cloud Rise. All the benefits in this group are shared. The History of Cambrian Full Subscription Group, group number 146941331. This group is for book friends who subscribe to the original book. This group also has benefits. Please see the group announcement for details. General Fan Group, Group number 6577939292. Anyone who likes Major General's book can join. There are no fan requirements. Everyone is welcome to join the group to play. You can communicate, complain, or even urge me to update moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1947. Lu Jin's eyes instantly lit up. Boss Lu, are you telling the truth? I didn't study much, so don't lie to me. Gu Nianji, who had just run up, what great thing had happened? However, she didn't have time to ask. She quickly said to Huo Guanyuan anxiously, Senior Colonel Hua. Ms. Song wants to leave now, and I can't even stop her. What's the matter? Lu Jin came back to his senses and pointed at the regretful Huo Guanchen. It's him. I accidentally said what I really wanted to say just now. Huo Guanyuan glanced at him. Stop talking. Go check on Director Song and don't let anything happen to her. He then said to Gu Nianji, don't call me Senior Colonel Hua anymore. Huo Guanyuan has already sacrificed himself. I'm Lu Yuan. Gu Nianji felt it was a little strange, but she still nodded. Okay, President Lu. Huo Guanchen was also very worried about Song Jining, but Huo Guanyuan didn't even hide his concern for Song Jining in front of him. He snorted and rushed out first. I'll take care of my wife myself. I don't need anyone else to worry about me. Gu Nianji immediately dodged to avoid being hit by Huo Guanchen. Lu Jin quickly ran over to protect Gu Nianji and asked nervously, Nianji, are you okay? I'm fine. What's wrong with General Hua? Ms. Song has already divorced him, yet she still says she's his wife. How shameless. Gu Nianji muttered as she quietly pulled Lu Jin to the side. Huo Guanyuan, or Lu Yuan, walked out with a sullen expression. Song Jining had already reached the entrance of the Huo family's mansion. Gu Nianji hadn't come out, so she couldn't leave. Standing beside the car they had taken when they arrived, Song Jining took out her phone to call Gu Nianji. Nianji, let's go. I told you, we don't have to get involved in the Huo family's mess. Call your father out too. Let's go together. Gu Nianji had already gone downstairs with Lu Jin. When she received Song Jining's call, she immediately said, we're out, but General Hua has already gone after you. President Lu, or Mr. Lu Yuan, has also come out. As soon as she finished speaking, Song Jining saw Huo Guanchen's figure appear on the path outside the Huo family's mansion. Song Jining's expression was dark as she watched Huo Guanchen approach. Jining, it's my fault. I was too angry. Please don't be angry. I apologize very sincerely. Ignoring the guards at the door, Huo Guanchen lowered his head to Song Jining. Song Jining didn't buy it at all. General Hua, we divorced a long time ago. I was in the wrong today. I came here to humiliate myself. But don't worry, I will never step into this house again. Lu Yuan came out of the carved iron gate. When he heard this, his eyes dimmed. He slowly walked to Song Jining's side and said, Director Song, Xiaoheng's car is over there. Why don't you let Xiaoheng's driver take you back first? When Lu Yuan came over, he took the car that Yin Shixiang had sent him. It wasn't wrong to say that it was Hu Xiaoheng's car. Song Jining nodded without hesitation. Okay, then I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the car that Lu Yuan was pointing at. Huo Guanchen knew that Song Jining was a woman of her word. Since she was so determined, it seemed like there was no way to salvage the situation. He grabbed her arm anxiously. Jining. You can't leave now. Listen to my explanation. Lu Yuan strode forward and pressed his hand on Huo Guanchen's shoulder. Huo Guangchen felt a wave of soreness in his shoulder, and his arm was numb and itchy. His fingers involuntarily loosened. Song Jining broke free from Huo Guangchen and immediately walked quickly to the car that Lu Yuan had taken when he came. She opened the car door and got in. She quickly said, "Take me home first, to the Institute of High Energy Physics." The driver had already heard Lu Yuan's words. He reached out of the car window and gestured to Lu Yuan before starting the car. The car roared and quickly drove away from the military compound. Lu Yuan then let go of Huo Guangchen's shoulder and warned him, "You've already divorced Director Song. If you're a man, don't continue saying such disgusting words. If I hear it again in the future, do you believe that I'll make it so that you won't be able to speak again?" Hee, as expected, you've had designs on my wife for a long time. Huo Guangchen rubbed his numb arm and snorted disdainfully. For this woman, you even abandoned the Huo family surname. You've been scheming and putting in a lot of effort. But as long as I'm around, you can forget about succeeding. Lu Yuan glanced at him indifferently. Just pretend that I'm dead. Haven't you guys thought that I was dead for the past 18 years? Don't mention the Huo family to me. I've already said that I don't have any extra feelings for unrelated people. You're a general. Be careful. If you make the slightest mistake, what awaits you won't just be a beating. Huo Guangchen put his hands behind his back and looked up at Lu Yuan. He sneered. It's good that you know that I'm a general. Senior Colonel Huo, since you don't treat yourself as a member of the Huo family, then every word you said to me today is disrespectful to the chief. Don't worry, I won't let you off easy either. Gu Nianji and Lu Jin followed him out of the carved iron door. Hearing Huo Guangchen's words, Gu Nianji knew that Lu Yuan and Huo Guangchen had really fallen out. However, she didn't feel sorry at all. Huo Guangchen had always been dissatisfied with her. He always felt that she was an orphan girl without a family background and couldn't bring Huo Xiaoheng any benefits in the officialdom. Therefore, he didn't approve of her being together with Huo Xiaoheng. He had even introduced several women to Huo Xiaoheng on blind dates. Not to mention that she had an accident in Germany and couldn't get help later. First, she mentally abused Ms. Song and forced her to live in a narrower and narrower room. Then, she directly abused her physically, such as not giving her enough to eat. Gu Nianji recounted the evidence she had found when she was preparing for the case. Lu Yuan sat in the back seat with one arm propped on the edge of the window. His hand was clenched into a fist as he rested his chin on his hand. He tilted his face and looked out the window without saying a word. Although Gu Nianji couldn't see Lu Yuan's expression from the rearview mirror, her sharp eyes could still see the glistening tears in the corners of Lu Yuan's eyes. She calmed down a little. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. She told her what Bai Genie had done. And Bai Genie, did you know? It turns out that the person she has a crush on is you, not General Huo Guangchen. Gu Nianji paused. So when General Huo Guangchen saw that you came back alive, he was so agitated that he spoke without thinking. I can completely understand that, but I don't agree with this kind of behavior. Lu Jin couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Boss Lu, this brother of yours is really tragic. He thought that his wife was having an affair with his big brother, but then he found out that the person his lover had a crush on was also his big brother. Ha ha ha, no wonder he went crazy. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. He turned around, and the expression on his face had returned to normal. He said lightly, I have nothing to do with Bai Genie. Bai Genie has always been closer to Guangchen. TSK, then what should we do? She admitted it herself. Lu Jin laughed for a while, then his expression suddenly became strange. Bai Genie. She has a crush on Boss Lu. But didn't you say that she's in prison? Lu Jin asked quickly. Gu Nianji nodded. Yes, she murdered President Lu's wife, Luo Xinchue, and I personally sent her to prison. Ha! Lu Jin screamed. 8 years ago, I called the people here to pick you up. I think it was she who answered the phone. Gu Nianji smiled. It was her, but Major General Hua also went. The accident happened suddenly, and she hid far away. Major General Hua saved me. Lu Jin let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat off his forehead with his hand. That was close. Something almost happened. Lu Yuan said in a low voice, "It was my fault. I didn't know there was such a thing." Looking out the window at the street scene that passed by, Lu Yuan recalled, "I married Luo Xinchua back then because I wanted to give the child in her stomach a legal identity. A few decades ago, the people of the Huaxia Empire were still very conservative. A woman who got pregnant before marriage would be criticized. Even if the child was born, it would be very difficult to get a household registration. Most likely, he would become an unregistered citizen and wouldn't even be qualified to go to school." Gu Nianji didn't say anything. This was a matter that belonged to the previous generation, and she had no right to interfere. Using the current social situation to criticize the people of the past, she could only say, "Why not eat minced meat?" She was silent the entire way. She drove back to the door of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. She looked up and saw Hua Xiaoheng's tall figure standing under the camphor tree by the wall of the official residence. He was looking up at the branches that stretched out from the wall. Gu Nianji followed his gaze and saw that he was looking at the treehouse. This was the first update of the day, chapter 1936, no wonder he went crazy. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. At 8:00 in the evening of the second update. P.S. I'm going back to China on a business trip for a week next week. In order to keep updating, I can only save some manuscripts. Do you want 2 updates a day, 2,000 words each, or 1 update a day, 4,000 words each? You can find the 2 posts I posted about the updates in the book review section and like them as a vote. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1948. The low-key and luxurious black SUV screeched to a stop on the path in front of the official residence. Hua Xiaoheng, who was standing under the camphor tree by the wall of the official residence not far away, did not look back until he heard Gu Nianji call out to him. He turned around and smiled as she got out of the car. Hua Xiao. Gu Nianji waved at him happily. Is everything done? Hua Xiaoheng had parted ways with them at the airport, and he had only just returned. He must have had something to do. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. He knew from Yin Shixiang that they had gone to the Hua family's mansion in the military headquarters. However, he glanced at the car and saw that Gu Nianji, Lu Jin, and Hua Guanyuan had gotten out of the car. Yin Shixiang had clearly said that Hua Guanyuan had returned to the Hua family's mansion alone in his car. Gu Nianji, Lu Jin, and Song Jining had gone later. The 2 groups of people had taken 2 different cars. Now that the number of passengers had changed, Hua Xiaoheng sensed that something was wrong. He walked over and naturally held Gu Nianji's hand. He nodded to Lu Jin and Lu Yuan, who were walking over. Uncle Lu, Senior Colonel Hua. Lu Yuan smiled and said, Senior Colonel Hua sacrificed himself 18 years ago. I'm Lu Yuan. Major Hua, don't mistake me for someone else. Hua Xiaoheng paused. What happened? Hua Guanyuan had used his real identity to report to General Ji at the airport. In just a few hours, why did he return to the temporary identity of Lu Yuan? Gu Nianji saw Hua Xiaoheng's confusion and gently pinched his palm with her fingers. She smiled and said, It's a long story. Let's talk inside. Lu Yuan nodded. Let's talk inside. Lu Jin looked at Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji's fingers intertwined and felt a little sore, but he didn't say anything. He lowered his head and followed them into Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. Hu Xiaoheng took them directly to the study on the second floor to talk. This was also his office at home. The security level was the highest. If he spoke here, he wouldn't have to worry about being overheard. Gu Nianji obediently went to make tea for the three of them and didn't rush to tell them the reason. This was Hu Guanyuan's own decision, and Gu Nianji respected his choice. Hu Xiaoheng saw that Gu Nianji was acting like the mistress of the house and was much more mature and sensible than before. He was happy but also a little bitter. The price of his Nianji's growth was more intense and painful than that of others. Lu Jin followed her to the small tea room in the study, leaving Lu Yuan and Hu Xiaoheng to talk. Gu Nianji heard someone come in and turned to see that it was Lu Jin. She chuckled. "Dad, what would you like to drink?" "I'm making tea, but you can have something else if you want." "Let's drink some tea. Do you have Wui de Hong Tao?" Lu Jin walked to her side and looked at the dazzling array of tea cans in the open cabinet door. At the very top was a row of small purple clay jars about 2 inches tall, neatly stacked in a frosted glass cabinet. The row in the middle was made of small blue and white porcelain jars. They had the same style as the purple sand jars above, but they were made of different materials. At the bottom of each jar was a small label that could be removed and replaced. The purple clay jars were filled with black tea, while the blue and white porcelain jars were filled with different types of green tea. Gu Nianji picked up the small purple sand jar with the label Wui de Hong Tao on it. She pinched a small handful of tea leaves for Lu Jin and put them into an exquisite covered bowl of tea. Then she went to the induction cooker to boil water. Lu Jin watched Gu Nianji make tea and asked curiously, "Is it always this troublesome every time you drink tea?" Although he liked to drink black tea, most of the time he used simple tea bags and brewed them in boiling water. Scientists' time was precious, and they would rather spend it on tedious experiments than on food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Gu Nianji smiled and winked at Lu Jin. "No, today is special, so I made the full set of tea." Lu Jin laughed and asked, "What's so special about today?" Gu Nianji didn't fall for it. She rolled her eyes and said, "Today is Dad's first time here, so of course I have to entertain Dad well." "Naughty. Dad's not an outsider." Lu Jin smiled and knocked her on the head. While waiting for the water to boil, Gu Nianji asked softly, "Dad, why don't you stay here for a few days? It will take time for us to find a house for you." Lu Jin shook his head and insisted, "It was fine for me to live here, but Boss Lu has fallen out with the Hu family. If he lives here, that Hu Guanchen will definitely come looking for trouble. Why bother? It's better for us to live outside." Gu Nianji thought about it for a while and took out the door card and key for the apartment on the 3rd Ring Road. She placed them in Lu Jin's hand and said, "Then you and President Lu can stay at my place. This apartment is under my name, although Major General Hu paid for it. Although it's not as spacious and luxurious as your apartment over there, it's still my house. Don't worry about the security. It's 100% insurance." Lu Jin didn't refuse. He happily took the door card and key and said with a smile, "Of course I want to live in a house that my daughter gave me. But..." He looked at Gu Nianji and said, "What about you? Where do you live?" "I live here." Gu Nianji was a little embarrassed, but she had been separated from Hu Xiaoheng for so long, and she didn't want to be separated from him again. Lu Jin knew that Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng were actually married. When Gu Nianji was over there, she had already told Lu Jin about it in order to make him accept Hu Xiaoheng. But he still didn't agree. "Nianji, you can stay here for a few days, but when Boss Lu and I find a house, you have to move in with us. You can't stay at his house until you have a public wedding with Hu Xiaoheng." Lu Jin was very insistent on this. Although he couldn't build good relationships with people, he understood the things that went into relationships. It was just that he was too arrogant to care about these things. But Gu Nianji was different. She was his daughter. He could ignore those ordinary people, but his daughter couldn't be looked down upon by them. Gu Nianji nodded awkwardly. Okay, Dad. When you find a house, I'll move in with you. But you really don't want to consider staying in my apartment all the time? Miss Song lives in the same building as me. Huh? Really? Lu Jin asked in surprise. She has a house over there too. Yes, I bought it first, and she bought it later. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and remembered another house. It was the house that Gu Yanran had bought above her. Later, Gu Yanran's embezzlement of the Gu family's property was exposed and she was sent to prison. That house belonged to Gu Nianji. Dad, I actually have an apartment in that building, but I don't know if I should take it or not, Gu Nianji said with some melancholy. She told him about Gu Yanran and the Gus. Lu Jin couldn't close his mouth for a long time. After a while, he said, "You're saying that the person related to the Gu family here, Gu Yanran, once killed little Nianji here and seized the Gu family's property. Then you snatched the property back, and now it's under your name." Gu Nianji nodded in frustration. "But I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know I wasn't Gu Nianji here." She felt wronged. "I thought Gu Xiangguan here was my father." Lu Jin was so sad that his eyes turned red. He put his hand around her shoulder and tried his best to comfort her. "Nianji, it's not your fault. When I sent you here, I speculated that little Nianji here was already dead. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent you here." Something didn't seem right. Gu Nianji suddenly looked up. "Dad, when you sent me here, you speculated that little Nianji here was already dead?" "Yes, if I hadn't speculated that she was already dead, I wouldn't have sent you here no matter how crazy I was. I'm sending you away to find a way out for you, not to send you to your death." Lu Jin no longer had any psychological burdens, so he said it naturally. Gu Nianji immediately chased after him. "But how did you speculate that little Nianji here was already dead? From your tone, it doesn't seem like it's a normal speculation, but almost 100% certain. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said that you wanted to find a way for me to live, not send me to my death." Lu Jin's heart skipped a beat. He thought awkwardly and gratifyingly that having a daughter who was too smart was also a kind of sweet trouble. This is the second update of today, Chapter 1937, Sweet Trouble. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes: there are 2 updates today. P.S. I'll be very busy when I'm on a business trip, so I don't have time to write more words. That's why I'm saving the manuscript now. 4,000 words a day is at most. I don't have time to write any more. Please forgive me, dear friends. Looking at everyone's likes, I'll write 4,000 words a day starting from Monday. I'll try my best to update it on time in the morning, around 8:00 in the morning. I'll be back in 2 weeks, so I can start adding more updates. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1949. Yes, I told you before that I have an instrument that can detect the magnetic field of the human body here, but it consumes a lot of energy. Lu Jin scratched his head awkwardly and added. "It's only enough to find the energy fluctuations of your magnetic field's counterpart." He knew that doing this was very selfish, and he was worried that Gu Nianji would think he was too selfish. His daughter hadn't grown up by his side, so she was actually a little different from him. Gu Nianji remembered that she had asked Lu Jin why he hadn't informed Gu Xiangguan to save his daughter, little Nianji. Lu Jin's awkward expression was exactly the same as it was now. "Dad, I didn't mean to blame you." Gu Nianji quickly comforted Lu Jin. She was a little ashamed, but more than anything, she was satisfied by her fatherly love. Lu Jin said seriously, "Nianji, you're more important than anyone else in my heart. If the heavens gave me another chance, I wouldn't mind saving someone else's daughter. But unfortunately, the heavens only gave me one chance at that time. I would only choose to let my own daughter live, not someone else's daughter. He spread out his hands calmly. It's all about the young and the young. God only gave me the opportunity to do the first step. Gu Nianji held Lu Jin's hand and said emotionally, "Dad, I'm very lucky because I'm your daughter. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have suffered so much." Lu Jin couldn't help crying when he thought of what had happened to Gu Nianji from the age of 2 to 6. Gu Nianji took out a tissue and wiped Lu Jin's tears. She thought about the flash of inspiration in her mind just now. What exactly had been triggered? It shouldn't be about little Nianji here. Lu Jin had told her about it a long time ago. Although she hadn't thought about it for a while, she remembered it when he reminded her. But why did she still feel like something was wrong? Lu Jin looked at her. "Nianji, Dad is different from Hua Xiaoheng." "I know you admire Hua Xiaoheng," Gu Nianji quickly said. "Dad, I admire you too. You and Gu Xiangwen here only have the same DNA, but the rest is completely different." Speaking of Gu Xiangwen, Gu Nianji suddenly felt enlightened and remembered why she felt something was wrong. She suddenly asked, "Dad, I remember you said that everyone has their own unique magnetic field, and the corresponding body's magnetic field is the opposite." Lu Jin was very happy that Gu Nianji had stopped talking about this topic. He quickly nodded. That's right. I have your human magnetic field mark. If I detect the energy fluctuations of the opposite magnetic field in the opposite space, I'll know if there's your counterpart in the opposite space. If the opposite magnetic field doesn't exist, it means that you don't have a counterpart there. Gu Nianji's clear eyes narrowed, and the corners of her lips curled up. Her smile was like a spring breeze. She said softly, "There are billions of people in that world. I remember that you used the principles of television to explain to me how to be sure that my counterpart doesn't exist there." Her smile was full of coaxing. If Hua Xiaoheng or He Zhichu were here, they would be able to tell at a glance that this was a smile that was about to dig a hole. However, Lu Jin wasn't very familiar with Gu Nianji's expression. He smiled happily and said kindly, "Yes, the principle is actually very simple. This was the principle of using a television to receive images. The television station emits a signal, and the television receives the signal. I used this principle to capture the weak magnetic field of the counterpart as a signal emitted by the television station. Using my magnetic field detector was like a television, and it was received through high-power quantum transmission." After Lu Jin finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and immediately added, "But unfortunately, this requires a lot of energy. I can only lock onto your magnetic field counterpart signal. I don't have that much energy to search for someone else's magnetic field counterpart." Gu Nianji didn't say anything when she heard this. She just looked at Lu Jin meaningfully. After staring at him quietly for a while, Lu Jin felt a little uncomfortable. She asked, "Is your human magnetic field detector really based on the same principle as a television?" Lu Jin nodded fiercely. "Of course it's the same. But for a television, whether it receives one signal or a different signal, it uses the same energy." Gu Nianji pressed on. "But why did you say that you can only lock onto and receive my magnetic field counterpart signal?" Lu Jin's heart skipped a beat, and he cursed inwardly. When Gu Nianji had brought up this topic again, he had been worried that Gu Nianji had thought of this, so he had quickly used his words to divert her thoughts. He hadn't expected that after going around in circles, she would come back on her own. Lu Jin's eyes flickered, but he had a thoughtful expression on his face. Gu Nianji chuckled and shook her finger at Lu Jin. "Dad, don't try to interrupt me anymore. I know I'm not good at physics, but you fooled me last time. This time, if you don't explain it in detail, I'll ask Ms. Song for advice. Ms. Song will definitely have more insight into the problem that I can't think of." When Gu Nianji brought up Song Jining, Lu Jin knew that there was no way around it this time. He said awkwardly. Actually, it's not a big deal. Don't alarm Ms. Song. Gu Nianji crossed her arms, and her feet almost beat the beat. She slanted her watery black eyes, and her disdainful expression was undisguised. It was as if she was saying, keep pretending. Keep pretending. Under Gu Nianji's powerful gaze, Lu Jin's shoulders finally collapsed. He said with a sad face, "Girl, save some face for your dad. Can you not be so sharp? I'm just curious. Since your human magnetic field detector is like a television, does that mean that as long as it's switched on, it can receive the magnetic field energy of the corresponding body on the other side? So as long as there's information on the other side that's the same magnetic field frequency as the one on your side, it can receive it?" Lu Jin glared at her, and his lips parted. He seemed to want to deny it, but he was afraid of causing more questions. For a moment, he hesitated and didn't know how to speak. Gu Nianji didn't allow Lu Jin to quibble. She continued, "Here's what I think. You can interpret the magnetic field energy frequency of different people as the television channel set on the television. As long as the receiving frequency of the channel is matched, the television can receive the television program information of different channels." At this point, Lu Jin had no choice but to nod. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look Gu Nianji in the eye. He nodded slightly and said, "You can say that. Then when you set the magnetic field frequency of my corresponding body, did you also set the magnetic field frequency of your corresponding body?" Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. She finally understood why she felt that something was wrong. Or in other words, before you searched for the magnetic field frequency of my corresponding body, did you already confirm that there was a magnetic field frequency of your corresponding body in the other world? Lu Jin looked up in surprise and pursed his lips. He finally admitted. "You thought of that too?" "Of course." Gu Nianji couldn't help raising her right hand and snapping proudly. "That makes sense. Logically speaking, you have to confirm the existence of your corresponding body before you search for my corresponding body. Because according to the principle of parallel world counterparts, if you can confirm that your corresponding body doesn't exist from the beginning, then my corresponding body definitely doesn't exist. Then you don't need to create a human magnetic field detector to search for information about my corresponding body's magnetic field. You can just send me over." Gu Nianji was in high spirits. Lu Jin was dazzled, and he quietly took another step back. His daughter's logical thinking was too strong. This was all Su Wen's genes. Lu Jin sighed in his heart, but he was also a little flustered. Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin carefully and felt that his eyes seemed to be spinning. He was probably confused by her. Therefore, Gu Nianji quickly threw out her conclusion. She wanted to get the answer she wanted before Lu Jin's brain temporarily shut down. "So before you searched for information about little Nianji's human magnetic field in this world, did you already know about the existence of your corresponding body, Mr. Gu Xiangwen, here?" Lu Jin's body trembled visibly, and he took another step back. His eyes flickered, as if he was looking for the door to escape. Gu Nianji blocked the door of the small pantry first. She looked like she wouldn't give up until she achieved her goal. She continued, "Then when did you know about the existence of Gu Xiangwen here? Was it 8 years ago, 18 years ago, or even earlier?" Gu Nianji thought of another possibility, and her eyes widened. "Don't tell me you already knew about the existence of Mr. Gu Xiangwen in this world. You even contacted him." Lu Jin was about to cry. He immediately pounced on Gu Nianji and covered her mouth with his hand. "Stop talking. If Boss Lu finds out, it'll be over." Gu Nianji felt that she had guessed correctly. She shook her head vigorously under Lu Jin's hand, indicating that she wouldn't say anything. Lu Jin asked uncertainly, "You really won't say anything?" Gu Nianji nodded vigorously again. Lu Jin let go of her hand and said softly. Actually, it's not as powerful as you think. Then what's going on? Gu Nianji grabbed Lu Jin's hand. Tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone, not even Major General Hua. This was a secret between her and Lu Jin. Gu Nianji wouldn't betray her father. But she didn't like being kept in the dark either, because this was something that was closely related to her. Lu Jin poked his head out of the pantry and looked at Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan, who were sitting on the sofa in the middle of the study. He saw that the two of them had serious expressions on their faces, as if they were talking about something important and weren't paying attention to them. He retracted his head and whispered. There must be no surveillance cameras here, right? Can't you find out if there are surveillance cameras? Gu Nianji retorted. Lu Jin chuckled. There's definitely no electromagnetic surveillance here. But it's very difficult to find out about physical sound wave surveillance. Definitely not. Gu Nianji remembered that Hua Xiaoheng had once told her about the principles of physical sound wave surveillance. Since Hua Xiaoheng knew about it, then his study, which had the highest level of security, must have taken precautions against it. That's good. Lu Jin held Gu Nianji's hand and walked into the small pantry. He whispered, I can tell you, but you really shouldn't tell anyone else. Gu Nianji was very anxious. Don't worry, tell me quickly. It's like this. Lu Jin looked around and organized his words. My major was originally high-energy physics. When I was in university, I already had the prototype of the multiple worlds theory. But you know, a physical theory still needs a lot of evidence to prove it. So I've been working on this since I was in university. The first method I thought of was to use the magnetic field of the human body as a signal to detect the other world. Gu Nianji's eyes widened in surprise. So your human magnetic field detector wasn't created 8 years ago to send me here? Actually, in theory, it was indeed a new, human magnetic field detector that was built 8 years ago. Lu Jin tried to play word games with Gu Nianji. Unfortunately, a physicist's word games were definitely not as good as a lawyer's. Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin coldly. A new instrument. Is the basic theory different, or is the basic principle different? Or is it just a replacement of the materials used to make it? Lu Jin, damn it, he was showing off in front of a lawyer. Fortunately, this lawyer was none other than his daughter. Lu Jin was embarrassed for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal. He laughed and said, That's not important. What's important is that when I was young, I had a lot of wild ideas in my mind. I casually invented this human magnetic field detector, but it was only a small thing. Because I don't have that much energy, and I can't use other people's human magnetic fields to detect it. According to the prototype of my theory, there are counterparts in the parallel world. Although the DNA of the counterparts is the same, the frequency of the magnetic field should be exactly the opposite. Just like positive and negative particles, so I think that the two counterparts can't exist in the same spacetime. Once they appear in the same spacetime, the two people will die immediately. And I only measured the frequency of my own body's magnetic field. Based on this, I set the reverse frequency of my own body's magnetic field and began to use the instrument to detect and receive information from the parallel space on the other side. This kind of detection requires a lot of energy, but because no one else knew about this theory at the time, it was relatively easy for me to obtain a high-energy magnetic field, Lu Jin said with emotion. Gu Nianji also remembered that He Qingjian had once told her that Lu Jin had announced his multiple worlds theory to the world more than a decade ago. In other words, before that, Lu Jin had been in the stage of private research. And his detection of the parallel space did not start more than a decade ago, but decades ago. After more than a year, my human magnetic field detector suddenly received a signal from the other world. Lu Jin's entire face lit up when he talked about his discovery that year. The frequency of the human magnetic field I received was exactly the same as my setting. Do you know what this means? This means that my multiple worlds theory is valid. There is indeed a parallel space outside the world we live in. And in this parallel space, there is at least one counterpart that is exactly the same as me. Gu Nianji was so focused on listening that she didn't even notice that the water had boiled. The kettle made an ear-piercing sound, and Gu Nianji and Lu Jin were shocked. Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan rushed into the small pantry together. What happened? They asked in unison. This is today's big chapter update, chapter 1938, I knew he existed. Reminder, recommendation votes today is Monday, and recommendation votes are especially important. P.S. I'm going back to China on a business trip for a week next week. In order to keep updating, I'll start saving manuscripts this week. According to the results of the likes and votes, there will be one update a day, and each update will be 4,000 words. More updates will be added in 2 weeks. Oh right, I heard that there will be double monthly votes for the 3 days at the end of the month. You can keep the monthly votes and vote at the end of the month, moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1950. Gu Nianji immediately turned to look at the kettle on the induction cooker. However, Hua Xiaoheng was faster than her. He had already reached her side in 3 steps, turned off the induction cooker, and picked up the kettle at the same time. Gu Nianji smiled sheepishly and shrank her neck. I wasn't paying attention and forgot to boil the water. Lu Jin quickly said, It's okay, it's okay. Look, this kettle has an automatic alarm. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at the father and daughter and asked Gu Nianji, Where's the teacup? Gu Nianji quickly pointed to the covered teacup she had prepared earlier. It's over here. Hua Xiaoheng held the kettle and skillfully brewed 4 cups of tea. Gu Nianji awkwardly took the tray out. Lu Yuan frowned and asked Lu Jin, What were you guys doing just now? Why didn't you turn off the fire when the water was boiling? Lu Jin chuckled and said, I forgot the kettle when I was talking to my girl. How could you forget that? Lu Yuan shook his head. Alright, you guys can come out. In the future, you and your daughter can't stay in a place with a stove at the same time. It's too dangerous. Lu Jin wanted to retort, but he couldn't find the right words. He could only follow Lu Yuan out dejectedly. Gu Nianji sat next to Hua Xiaoheng and picked up her covered teacup to blow on it. She tried to find a topic to talk about. Major General Hua, what were you talking about with President Lu just now? Hua Xiaoheng glared at her. Should I be asking you what you were talking about with your father? You're so engrossed that you don't even know the water is boiling. Gu Nianji was about to snuggle up to him and act coquettishly when she saw Lu Yuan and Lu Jin walking over from the corner of her eye. She had no choice but to give up and say unhappily, Tell my dad where they live. Major General Hua, I want to buy Gu Yanran's house there. Hua Xiaoheng was taken aback. Isn't it already under your name? Why do you still want to buy more? Gu Nianji shook her head. That's not my house. It's little Nianji's. I can't take over her family property. Although she had handed over most of the Gu family's property to the state, a part of it was still in her hands. Just this portion of real estate, trust funds, stocks, bonds, antiques, and savings was already an astronomical figure. The houses under Gu Yanran's name were returned to their rightful owners after the court's verdict and transferred to Gu Nianji's name. Now that Gu Nianji knew about her parentage, she couldn't sit still with the money. Hua Xiaoheng understood her concerns. He didn't really care about the money, so he said in a low voice, It's what I should do. But how do you operate it? Do I have to sell it to myself? In any case, the secrets of the other world could not be made public. There could be another explanation for Gu Nianji's background, but it definitely couldn't be that she came from the other world. Gu Nianji thought about it for a while, then said irritably, how about this? I'll donate it to the charity first, then give them a sum of money to buy it from the charity. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head with a smile. You're overthinking it. How about this, you give your father some money and let him buy the house from you. After that, you can donate the money to the charity fund you set up. Sure. That works too. Gu Nianji nodded happily. That sounds more reasonable. It was better than selling himself to himself. Lu Jin quickly said, why would I take Nianji's money? I can borrow it from the bank. Dad, don't refuse. Just treat it as a loan from me. When you have the money, you can return it to me. Gu Nianji smiled and made an okay gesture. Then it's happily decided. Lu Jin wanted to say something, but Lu Yuan shook his head at him and said kindly, I still have some money. Just now, Xiaoheng said that my mother also left me a portion of her inheritance, and it's in his hands now. He will transfer it to my name. I'll pay for the house. Lu Jin rolled his eyes and said, how about this, we'll buy one each. I'll borrow money from Nianji and buy her house. You'll buy Gu Yanran's house. I heard that these two houses happen to be upstairs and downstairs. If it's convenient, we can find a place to add a staircase between the two houses. That way, it'll become a two-story luxury suite. Gu Nianji coughed and winked at Lu Jin. She smiled and said, that's not good. Dad, it's better if you and CEO Lu each have one. That's more convenient. Besides, the elevator goes straight into the house. One floor at a time. It's also very convenient for you to visit each other. Lu Jin understood and laughed. Okay then, I'll listen to my girl. We'll each have one floor. Lu Yuan pretended not to see Gu Nianji winking at Lu Jin. He smiled and said, that's indeed convenient. I wonder if Nianji is free today to show us the house. Gu Nianji stood up. No problem. Let's go see it now. She looked down at Hua Xiaoheng, who was sitting on the sofa. Major General Hua, is anyone cleaning that house? If no one cleaned it after a year of not being here, who knew how much dust there would be? Hua Xiaoheng nodded with a faint smile. Everyone cleans it. He raised his hand and called Yin Shixiang over. Big Xiong, take the two Mr. Lu to Nianji's two apartments in the third ring road to take a look. Also, take the two of them to get their IDs, open their bank accounts, and buy some daily necessities, clothes, and utensils. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin didn't bring anything with them and came here empty-handed. However, the two of them weren't worried at all. A problem that could be solved with money wasn't a problem. Besides, Hua Xiaoheng had already given a black card to Lu Yuan. Spend it however you like. Gu Nianji actually wanted to follow them, but Hua Xiaoheng said, Nianji, stay here. I have something to ask you. Thus, she obediently stayed behind. Yin Shixiang smiled and called out to Lu Yuan and Lu Jin. Come with me, please. I just called. The police station will handle special matters. Today, there will be someone to help you with your IDs and household registration. This wasn't a normal, special matter. This was a special matter jointly instructed by General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai. They had to make sure Mr. Lu Jin had Huaxia Empire citizenship. Lu Jin was still a little reluctant to part with Gu Nianji and wanted to ask her to come with him. Lu Yuan understood what Hua Xiaoheng meant. He pulled Lu Jin and said, hurry up and tidy up your house. Prepare a room for Nianji so that she can live with you legally. Lu Jin came back to his senses and nodded vigorously. Okay. I'll go prepare it right away. His top priority was to make money. Was he going to invest in stocks, gamble, or buy horses? These were the fastest ways to make money. With Lu Jin's supercomputing ability, these were not a problem. Lu Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? When you've tidied up your house, print out a copy of your magnetic storm gun blueprint, apply for a patent first, and then sell it to the military. You can sit at home and count the money." Lu Jin scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Huh? I still have to apply for a patent? I was going to give it to them as a meeting gift." "That won't do." Lu Yuan walked side by side with him and said casually, "No one will cherish something that's given away for free. Moreover, giving it away for free from the beginning is a bad start. Do you still expect to receive money for future products? No way." Lu Jin blinked. "Aren't you on good terms with them? Besides, Hu Xiaoheng is their boss. Never test others with benefits, whether it's a person or an organization," Lu Yuan said meaningfully. "It's better to do business with money. And we can't let them feel that good things come too easily. Although I'm also one of them, I don't want the entire military to lose its ability to innovate because of a cheat like you." At the end of the day, the military had to have its own talent echelon plan in order to maintain its vigor. He would rather let a genius like Lu Jin, who was hard to come by, be a teacher and teach everyone how to think. It was better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Lu Jin was indeed not as smart as Lu Yuan in business. Lu Yuan was also the main decision-maker in the Lu Corporation. Lu Jin was a major shareholder, but he was only in charge of the quality of the products. He did not manage the business, nor did he care about sales. "Then I'll listen to you," Lu Jin said without hesitation. "When I'm done tidying up the house, I'll print out the blueprint for the magnetic storm gun. However, I won't give them the best configuration for the first blueprint, but the basic configuration. That's more like it." Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. "Only by taking it step by step will we not spoil things through excessive enthusiasm." After sending Lu Yuan, Lu Jin, and Yin Shixiang out, Gu Nianji followed Hu Xiaoheng up to the second floor uneasily. Pushing open the door to Hu Xiaoheng's suite, Gu Nianji lowered her head. She had been wondering what Hu Xiaoheng wanted to ask her. Hu Xiaoheng closed the door. Seeing her like this, he immediately understood that she must have said something to Lu Jin in the pantry in the study, which was why she looked so guilty. Actually, Gu Nianji's expression was already very calm. People who didn't know her very well wouldn't be able to tell. However, Hu Xiaoheng had raised her and knew her emotional changes like the back of his hand. "What's wrong? Is there a secret that you can't tell me?" Hu Xiaoheng lifted Gu Nianji's chin and tapped her plump lips with his thumb. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes like a kitten. She stuck out the tip of her delicate tongue and licked Hu Xiaoheng's thumb. In an instant, an electric current flowed through his fingers, and Hu Xiaoheng let go out of reflex. But he quickly tightened his grip again and raised Gu Nianji's chin. He lowered his head and leaned very close to her. As he inhaled and exhaled, his unique scent intermittently pounced on Gu Nianji's face. Gu Nianji liked Hu Xiaoheng's scent very much. His cold masculine scent had a hint of black pine's elegance and sweetness. Just like his person, he was as steady as a mountain and as upright as a pine and cypress. Gu Nianji's eyes widened slightly as she snuggled into Hu Xiaoheng's arms. She felt very safe being wrapped tightly by him. Everyone's love came from a different source. Gu Nianji knew that the beginning of her love came from this extreme sense of security. She didn't know why she was so infatuated with Hu Xiaoheng in the past. She had clearly never experienced any hardships or dangers, so why did she still crave a sense of security so much? Later, she found out that this bone-deep desire for a sense of security came from the inhuman experiences she had experienced when she was young. Although her memories of those years were gone, this desire for a sense of security was indelible. She could even imagine that when her little self was hiding under the table, hiding in the darkness without light, What her heart yearned for the most was for someone to reach out to her and carry her out of the darkness, right? When her father sent her to this world and she was tied up in the burning car, it was Hu Xiaoheng who reached out to her and rescued her. In the days that followed, it was also him who gave her all-round protection and gave her an absolute sense of security. Thinking of this, Gu Nianji couldn't help clinging to Hu Xiaoheng even tighter. The lines of her soft body perfectly matched Hu Xiaoheng's hard body. Hu Xiaoheng hugged her firmly. This feeling was completely different from when he was on the other side. It was only here that he felt that Gu Nianji completely belonged to him. She was the treasure he had lost and regained. "Nianji, give me," he said slowly, but his hands didn't slow down at all. He quickly carried her into the bedroom. From day to night. Then, from the dark night, it was the rising sun. Two loving hearts overlapped without any distance, tirelessly experiencing each other's love. He had never been so gentle, but she had never been so eager. Other than going to the bathroom to wash up, the two of them even ate in bed. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains and shone on the bedroom floor, Hu Xiaoheng opened his eyes. He was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't know what day it was. His hand moved, and he instinctively grabbed Gu Nianji's hand. He turned his head and saw that she was still sleeping soundly by his pillow. He immediately woke up, and his anxious heart completely calmed down. She and he were finally home. He squeezed her hand a little hard, and Gu Nianji frowned in her sleep and snorted. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her with interest, so he simply turned around and kissed her on the cheek. He kissed her very quickly, and his lips parted as soon as they touched her face. It was even more gentle than a dragonfly skimming the water. Of course, Gu Nianji didn't feel anything. She didn't even snort. Her long black hair was spread across the pillow. Hu Xiaoheng brushed her hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate little face. Her cheeks were still flushed. Hu Xiaoheng's gaze gradually moved from her dark red lips to her high nose bridge. Her big eyes were tightly shut, and only 2 rows of long black eyelashes like crow wings could be seen. He still remembered how he had bullied her last night, and the crystalline tears that rolled down her long eyelashes. He looked again at her slightly sunken eye sockets, and the 2 eyebrows seemed to be a little messy. Gu Nianji's eyebrows were very beautiful. They were very elegant and distant mountain eyebrows, but they hadn't been trimmed for a while. Although the natural shape of her eyebrows hadn't changed, some eyebrows seemed to be out of line. Hu Xiaoheng used the pad of his finger to smooth her eyebrows. Gu Nianji was so comfortable that she grunted in her sleep. Raising her hand to rub her eyebrows, she messed them up again in the blink of an eye. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her, amused. When she fell asleep again, Hu Xiaoheng stretched lazily and took out his phone from under his pillow to swipe it. Gu Nianji suddenly moved and scooted over. Without opening her eyes, she mumbled something and hugged Hu Xiaoheng's arm, using it as a pillow. Hu Xiaoheng had wanted to get up, but now he couldn't. However, he wasn't in a hurry. General Ji had given him a month off, so he had enough time to accompany Gu Nianji and wait for her to wake up naturally. This was today's chapter update, chapter 1939, Sleep with her until she wakes up naturally. Remind everyone to vote for me. PS. Thanks to the leader of Wu Ai Tang for the 30,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1951. Autumn in the imperial capital was the most beautiful season of the year. The morning sky was an almost transparent blue, full and beautiful, like the reflection of the sea on the blue sky. It had an atmosphere and a sense of distance between the sea and the sky. It made people feel refreshed just by looking at it. Gu Nianji gradually woke up from her deep sleep. She seemed to hear the chirping of birds and the faint fragrance of flowers. It was like being in a nature's open-air garden. Gu Nianji sighed contentedly and let go of Hua Xiaoheng's arm. She lay on the bed with her legs spread out. The snow-white silk fell off, revealing one side of her delicate shoulder. However, there were still crisscrossed kiss marks on her shoulder, showing the intensity of the battle last night. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at it, his throat burning. He unnaturally pulled the quilt for her, then lifted the quilt on his side to get out of bed. Gu Nianji saw it and instinctively moved over. She hugged Hua Xiaoheng's thin and strong waist from behind and kissed him on the back. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help tensing up. He covered Gu Nianji's hands that were hugging his waist with both hands and said calmly, "If you kiss me again, I promise you won't be able to get out of bed for a week." Gu Nianji shivered. Her body felt like it had been run over by a stone. She was so soft that she was like a paper doll. She squinted and hid from the sunlight shining in through the gap in the curtains. She rubbed against Hua Xiaoheng's back and mumbled, "What time is it?" Hua Xiaoheng glanced at his phone. 8 in the morning. "It's time to get up." Gu Nianji groggily took out her phone from under the pillow and swiped it open. 8 in the morning. Her mind jolted and her mind cleared. Didn't that mean that she and Hua Xiaoheng hadn't come out since they entered this room yesterday afternoon? Gu Nianji suddenly rolled into the bed and shouted, "I'm not getting up. I'm not getting up. I'll die of embarrassment if I go out." Hua Xiaoheng turned around and saw her shameless expression. He couldn't help smiling. He turned around and dragged her out of the bed. He said dryly, "Now you know how to be embarrassed. You pestered me again and again yesterday. Don't say it." Gu Nianji covered Hua Xiaoheng's mouth with her hand. In that instant, her cheeks seemed to be dyed with the glow of dawn. She looked so lovely and innocent that people couldn't help but want to hold her in their arms and rub her cheeks. Hua Xiaoheng chuckled in her palm. His deep, magnetic, and mature male voice was extraordinarily penetrating. Gu Nianji felt her palms heat up. She quickly retracted her hands and covered herself tightly with the blanket. "Come out." "Not coming out." "Come out." "If you can't say it, then I won't." Gu Nianji wrapped herself tightly in the blanket and decided to be a coward for the rest of the day. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head with a smile. He watched Gu Nianji curl up into a ball under the blankets and wanted to tease her. He picked up his phone and dialed Gu Nianji's number. "Whose past did the Priestess Temple battle bow and arrow belong to?" "I like the scene where you only belong to me in the crowd." The phone that Gu Nianji had specially made for Hua Xiaoheng rang in the bedroom. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. He followed the ringtone and realized that Gu Nianji hadn't put the phone under the blankets. He reached out to pick up Gu Nianji's phone and saw that the caller ID on Gu Nianji's phone was King of Drama. Hua Xiaoheng stared at Gu Nianji's phone for a while, then nonchalantly tossed it on the bedside table. He didn't get out of bed, but he leaned over and reached his hand under the blankets to hold Gu Nianji's foot and rub it a few times. Gu Nianji couldn't help but laugh. She lifted the blankets and sat up. She said angrily, "What are you doing? Stop right now." Hua Xiaoheng lay on his side beside her. He smiled and squinted his eyes. He moved closer to her ear and said slowly, "Stretching out my hand on my husband's shoulder, I love him. Bending my waist with a jade pillow, the red musk beneath." Gu Nianji's heart trembled when she heard this. She pulled up the blankets again to cover her entire body and kicked it hard. She said, "Hua Xiao is amazing. You even know how to recite poetry. You're a master of both the pen and the sword." Hua Xiaoheng let go of her hand and said frivolously, like a libertine, "That's nothing. I have something even more outrageous, delicate feet stepping on the jade pestle, tossing and turning around the whiskers of dust. A drop of dew by the bell makes the peony bloom." Gu Nianji quickly covered her ears. "Shut up. I'm still a baby. I don't understand your lascivious songs. Hu Xiaoheng lifted the blankets and pulled away her hands that were covering her ears. He laughed softly, and the laughter seemed to come from his chest. It was extremely infectious. He said slowly. Of course, the king of drama has to be good in bed and cooking. Both of them have to be good. Otherwise, how can he be the king of drama? Gu Nianji. How did he know about the king of drama? Gu Nianji suddenly remembered and was so regretful that she wanted to vomit blood. If she had known, she wouldn't have courted death. She was using the phone that Lu Jin had specially made for her. This kind of phone could be used in both worlds. In a moment of playfulness, she had registered both of Hu Xiaoheng's phone numbers as King of Drama. However, one was King of Drama A, and the other was King of Drama B. She pushed Hu Xiaoheng away in a flurry and scratched the bed. She flew into a rage out of humiliation. Where's my phone? Where's my phone? Why did you peek at other people's phones without their permission? Hu Xiaoheng leaned leisurely against the headboard and bent one of his long legs. He said lazily, I didn't peek. You might not believe it, but someone called your phone and it showed itself. Gu Nianji, someone called. You have the nerve to say that. Gu Nianji glared at Hu Xiaoheng. It was you who called me. Otherwise, why would the king of drama show up? I was right in front of you, why did you call me? Don't you like to chat on your phone? Hu Xiaoheng took the phone from the bedside table and handed it to Gu Nianji. Here, I'll chat with you. I'll even chat for a whole month. Gu Nianji was so embarrassed that her head was about to start smoking. Major General Hua. You're getting worse and worse. Gu Nianji tapped Hu Xiaoheng's forehead with her phone and said unyieldingly, at a time like this, shouldn't you be hugging me and calling me baby? Spoiling me, loving me, and giving in to me for the rest of my life. Hu Xiaoheng held her fingers and raised an eyebrow. Hugging you and calling me baby. That's so mushy. You might as well kill me. I'll kill you right now. Gu Nianji threw away her phone and pounced on Hu Xiaoheng angrily. She strangled Hu Xiaoheng. Of course, she wouldn't really strangle him. Her heart ached for him. She pretended to use her hands to measure the circumference of Hu Xiaoheng's neck. Gu Nianji put her hand on his shoulder and began to kiss his Adam's apple. Every kiss was heavier than a feather, but lighter than a caress. Her plump lips rubbed against the hard part of the man's throat. It was soft yet hard, and it stimulated the blood to rush straight to the top. Hu Xiaoheng held Gu Nianji's waist tightly with both hands. He was so strong that her willow-like slender waist was really about to break. Gu Nianji kissed him for a while before her legs gave way. The two of them fooled around all morning until Gu Nianji couldn't stand it anymore. Hu Xiaoheng finally let her go and rubbed Gu Nianji's head. Okay, today's performance of the King of Drama will end here. We'll continue tomorrow. I don't want it anymore. Gu Nianji couldn't even open her eyes. She begged, I know you're very good. You have textbook acting skills for all kinds of roles. Please, boss, let me go, you really don't want it anymore. No, no. If Gu Nianji could shake her head, she would be shaking it like a rattle drum. Unfortunately, she couldn't move from head to toe. Even her hair was too soft to move. Her entire body was soft like a cloud. She couldn't even hold it up with her hands. Then the contact on your phone. Hu Xiaoheng obviously still minded the nickname, King of Drama. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and gave him her phone password. Boss, please change the contact yourself. I won't dare to do it again. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and took Gu Nianji's phone, entered the password, opened the address book, and changed King of Drama A to My Man. King of Drama B was the phone number of Peter on the other side, so he directly deleted it. Then he gently stroked Gu Nianji's head and warned her. If you change it back, today is the rehearsal. Gu Nianji was really afraid of Hu Shaoheng. Although the process was beautiful and the ending was wonderful, after it was over, her entire body felt like it had been hollowed out. The feeling of being on the verge of death was really like surviving a disaster. With this experience, she felt that she could not taste meat for 3 months. She quickly promised, I definitely won't change it. Whatever the big boss says is the law. Seeing that she was so obedient, Hu Shaoheng kissed her as a reward. I won't tease you anymore. Get up. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. This was simply the best way to wake Gu Nianji up. Gu Nianji had just felt that she was so tired that she couldn't even open her eyes, but now she suddenly opened them. Her eyes were as bright as stars, and a sly smile flashed across her watery eyes. I want to eat pork, shrimp, bamboo shoots, and wheat. Fried crab meat. Beef soup dumplings. There's also porridge and fried dough sticks. These were all authentic Sea City breakfasts. Gu Nianji used to eat them when she was with Hu Shaoheng in Sea City, but it wasn't Hu Shaoheng who made them. It was the orderlies in the kitchen who made them. Hu Shaoheng put on his shoes and stood up. He said casually, It's already noon. Are you sure you want to eat breakfast? I want to eat breakfast at noon. Gu Nianji propped herself up from the bed and combed her messy hair. She leaned against the headboard and raised her chin slightly. Can't I? Yes, why not? Hu Shaoheng gently pinched her cheek and coaxed her. Whatever little Princess Nianji says. You admit that I'm a princess. Gu Nianji giggled and put on the arrogant look of a princess. I'm afraid it'll take 2 hours just to boil the porridge. It'll also take half an hour with the pressure cooker. You don't like the porridge made in the pressure cooker? Hu Shaoheng pretended not to see her smugness and pinched her straight nose. Can you really wait? Gu Nianji slapped his hand away and tilted her head. Then I'll only eat one. I'll eat the rest tomorrow. What do you want to eat? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. Then I'll eat pork, shrimp, bamboo shoots, and wheat, with a little glutinous rice. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva as he spoke. Hu Shaoheng agreed with a smile. I want to eat in the treehouse. Gu Nianji raised another condition and said arrogantly. Okay. Hu Shaoheng said simply. He got up to wash up in the bathroom and then went to the kitchen. He changed into his military uniform and walked downstairs with a faint smile on his face. He seemed to be in a good mood. Hello, Chief. When the soldiers in the official residence saw him, they immediately stood at attention and greeted him. Hu Shaoheng nodded nonchalantly and pretended not to see the strange looks in the soldiers' eyes. Zhao Liangze was in the dining room eating lunch and watching TV. When he looked up and saw Hu Shaoheng walking to the kitchen, he quickly chased after him and winked. Hu Shao, good job. Is Nianji unable to get out of bed today? Do you want me to bring the food in? Hu Shaoheng looked at him calmly. I heard you did well at the Cape of Good Hope in Africa. Do you want to open up a new island? Zhao Liangze immediately raised his hands in surrender and said solemnly, Hu Shao, you have important matters to attend to, so I won't disturb your work. As he spoke, he quickly left the dining room and ran out of Hu Shaoheng's official residence to return to his office. Yin Shixiang walked in with a briefcase in his hand and muttered something. It was obvious that he was wearing a Bluetooth headset to talk to someone on the phone. Hu Shaoheng glanced at him and went to the fridge to get the wheat wrappers. He said, You call Chi-Chi at 3 mealtimes a day. Yin Shixiang smiled and said to the phone. Wait. Then, he hung up. He said to Hu Shaoheng, It's not Chi-Chi, it's Xiao Yi. She heard that you're back and wanted to see you and Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng glanced into the fridge and said, Nianji and I should go see her. Tell her not to worry. When Nianji settles down, I'll take her to see Xiao Yi. He then asked Yin Shixiang, how's Xiao Ye's recovery? It's still the same. Even Qinlai can only do this much. Yin Shixiang shrugged regretfully. Physical damage is irreversible. She can only be demobilized or transferred to a civilian job. She can't go to the front line anymore. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and continued to take out a piece of meat from the fridge that was about 70% lean pig's heart and handed it to Yin Shixiang. Go and mince it. He took out a bag of fresh prawns and began to peel the shells to make the prawn filling. Gu Nianji sat on the bed for a while before she dared to look at her phone. She swiped open her phone and saw that there were several missed calls other than my man. They were all from the same unfamiliar number. Gu Nianji stared at Hu Xiaoheng's phone number, my man, and secretly despised the aesthetic of this steely straight man. However, when she thought about the poems that Hu Xiaoheng had just recited, she felt that the steely straight man was the most annoying and the most irresistible. This was today's big chapter update, chapter 1940, both hands must be tough. You can keep the monthly votes for the end of the month, but you must vote for the recommendation votes every day. P.S. Yes, the two poems in today's chapter were originally created by Mohan. Plagiarism will be investigated. Those who can understand will naturally understand. Those who can't, just pretend that they didn't see it. Ha 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 ha. Oh, greater than over equal to, oh, P.S. Thank you to the leader of Wu Ai Hall for the 80,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Old Z II for the 80,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Congratulations to Old Z II for becoming the 35th leader of Hello, Major General. Mwah, mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1952. Gu Nianji blushed and secretly spat at the words, my man. She rubbed the phone screen a few times before looking at the unfamiliar number. Who would know her number and call her? She had just returned. Even Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi didn't know her phone number. As for He Zhichu in the other world, if he were to make a call, he would have to use the quantum communicator, and the number that the quantum communicator called would show was an invalid number. So after thinking about it, she concluded that this was either Lu Jin or Lu Yuan's new number. Yesterday, Yin Shixiang brought the two of them to apply for identification cards and household registration, as well as to buy some household necessities. For them, mobile phones and computers are indispensable. Lu Jin had his own special phone, but it was a private phone. Only a few close relatives and friends knew the number. He would definitely have to buy another phone for business use. So this number should be Lu Jin's or Lu Yuan's new phone number. Gu Nianji remembered that she also needed to get a phone. She would be working in the Senate in a few days, so she had to prepare. Gu Nianji perked up and immediately called the unknown number. Someone answered the phone. It was indeed Lu Jin. He smiled and said, Nianji, you're awake. Have you rested well these past 2 days? I've just hired someone to renovate my house. You can move in 2 months. Sure. Gu Nianji nodded happily. Where will you be staying for the next 2 months? Are you staying at Boss Lu's place? Lu Jin was a little embarrassed, but also a little happy. He covered his phone and looked around. Seeing that Lu Yuan wasn't in the room, he quickly whispered. Boss Lu's house is also being renovated. Gu Nianji, where do you two live? Do you want to stay with Hu Xiao? If you don't want to live here, I still have a small apartment on the 4th Ring Road. It's a little smaller than the apartment on the 3rd Ring Road, but it should be enough for 2 people. Gu Nianji had bought the apartment second-hand with her own money, so of course it was much cheaper than the luxurious apartment in the 3rd Ring Road. Lu Jin was stunned. Nianji, you have so many houses. It seems like you're living a good life here. He was happy in his heart, but he couldn't help feeling a little sour. There was actually someone in this world who treated his daughter as well as he did. He was convinced. Gu Nianji smiled contentedly. Yes, Dad. Thank you for sending me here, but I still love you the most. Muah. She gave the phone a loud kiss. Lu Jin said triumphantly, of course. Daddy will definitely treat you the best. I won't lose to someone else. Gu Nianji, this kind of comparison mentality should not be encouraged. Without batting an eyelid, she changed the topic and continued to ask, Dad, what about you guys? Shall I send you the key? Oh, there's no need, there's no need. Lu Jin quickly shook his head and whispered with a smile, don't tell me that you still have a house. Boss Lu, that shameless guy, directly went to Madame Song and said that our house was being renovated and there was no place to stay, so he shamelessly stayed at Madame Song's house. President Lu was a real man. When it's time to make a move, make a move. I have faith in you. Gu Nianji laughed so hard that she lay on the bed. Her two slender, fair legs dangled in the air as she said, okay then, I hope President Lu can get his wish this time. However, after laughing, Gu Nianji remembered and asked. But Dad, you also moved in. Yes, Madame Song's house is very big. It's bigger than yours and Gu Yanran's. It has 4 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, a study, a living room, a dining room, and a game room. It's a duplex suite. Lu Jin said excitedly, I didn't expect the scientists here to be so rich. Gu Nianji, Madame Song was a person who dedicated herself to scientific research, and she had been in the national laboratory all her life. It was said that the patented inventions belonged to the laboratory and not under her own name. How could such a person have a lot of money? It was very likely that Hu Xiaoheng had secretly bought the house for Madame Song. Gu Nianji wasn't unhappy. Instead, she was very touched. The man she fell in love with always took good care of the people around her within the scope of his ability, but he never made it public. Compared to those hypocritical men who couldn't wait to boast about it, Hu Xiaoheng could be said to be a model among men. When she was young and ignorant, she had also been addicted to those CEO novels during her adolescence. Many of the male protagonists in those novels were mean to everyone and only good to the female protagonists. In order to understand the psychological problems of teenagers, Hu Xiaoheng had also grabbed a few of her books and read them. After reading them, he didn't say anything, but arranged for the best psychiatrist in the military, the kind who had a degree from a famous foreign school and a doctor's license, to give her lessons. The topic was to use a psychological framework to analyze the personality characteristics of the male protagonists in the CEO novels to help teenagers form the correct worldview, values, and outlook on life. Poor Gu Nianji was only 14 or 15 years old at the time. She had just passed the university exam and was able to start university courses in advance. Her first and second years were spent at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces in Sea City. There were special professors and special teaching materials that only taught her. In the end, the psychologist came to a conclusion after analyzing the male protagonists in these CEO novels. That was, 95% of the male protagonists in these novels were paranoid and antisocial. Gu Nianji clearly remembered what the psychiatrist had said in class. This kind of male protagonist's personality seems pretty good in the books, but in reality, people with this kind of personality are very extreme in their relationships. They belong to people with psychological problems and are also potential domestic violence men. If you meet this kind of man, you should advise him to see a psychiatrist immediately, then run as far away as possible. You must not get involved. It's normal for young girls to have fantasies when in love, but don't think that this kind of man has true love. And more importantly, because of this kind of man's extreme personality, he usually doesn't get along well with his colleagues and bosses after leaving society. His career development won't be smooth. Even if his family has a mine, it's only a matter of time before he loses it all. Gu Nianji was stunned when she heard that. Her poor adolescent bird hadn't even spread its wings of dreams when Hua Xiaoheng snapped it with a snap. From then on, she couldn't look directly at the male protagonists in CEO novels and firmly remembered those words in her heart. Under Hua Xiaoheng's influence, she liked to admire people who had great love, whether it was men or women. Only those who had great love were upright and worthy of being friends with, and even entrusting their lives to. And such a good man was now her husband. Gu Nianji felt sweet inside and asked with a smile. Dad, are you really going to be a third wheel? It wasn't easy for President Liu to get into the family. Do you think I don't understand? Lu Jin snorted. I originally said that I would go live with my girl, but President Liu didn't agree. He said that living alone at Ms. Song's house would cause criticism, but it would be different if he moved in with me. Everyone would only praise Ms. Song for being helpful and wouldn't think of going anywhere else. Gu Nianji, good for you, President Liu. How dare you play tricks on Ms. Song? Gu Nianji pursed her lips and muttered softly. You're so thoughtful. Didn't President Liu think that Ms. Song is just like everyone else and wouldn't think of going somewhere else? Ha 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 ha. Lu Jin laughed so hard that he fell down. I said the same. He's just putting on a flirtatious expression for the blind to see. The more smooth he is, the less people will think about it. Even if you have a little bit of a good impression of him, you'll wonder if you're thinking too much when you see him so innocent. Gu Nianji, Dad, you know so much about relationships. Why didn't you go after my mother back then? Gu Nianji was a little embarrassed when she mentioned Qin Suwen. After all, she was born out of wedlock. Lu Jin's laughter stopped abruptly and he fell silent. Gu Nianji thought that she had asked something sad about Lu Jin. She was secretly regretting it and wanted to change the topic when Lu Jin spoke. His voice was already very calm and unperturbed. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. Gu Nianji's mouth opened into a round O shape. Why not? Because she was always in a dangerous situation. At that time, I wasn't strong enough to protect her. Lu Jin said very frankly. When I found out that He Qingjian had taken a fancy to her, I analyzed it rationally. This was the best protection for her. If she could be with He Qingjian, the Qin family wouldn't dare to do anything to her. Gu Nianji's heart seemed to be blocked by something, and her voice was muffled. But in the end, she still couldn't escape the Qin family. Lu Jin was silent for a longer time this time. However, Gu Nianji didn't change the topic anymore. She waited for Lu Jin to give her an answer. After a long while, Lu Jin's voice seemed to come from the distant wilderness. His voice was ethereal and distant. He said. But at least the Qin family wouldn't dare to use other violent methods to deal with her. Under the protection of the He family and He Qingjian, she lived to the age of 40. If it weren't for the He family, she might have died before she was 20. Gu Nianji's heart sank. Are you saying that the Qin family has been trying to murder my mother? That's for sure. Lu Jin stood in front of the window and looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside. He let out a long sigh and said, at that time, my family background wasn't enough to fight against the Qin family. My protection of her had always been small fights in secret. As the Qin family's patience ran out, their methods also escalated. That year, Suwen went to university in the imperial capital. I followed her and planned to discuss with her a way to fight against the Qin family. That day, I met He Qingjian in the crowd on campus. I saw him recognize the wrong person with my own eyes. Gu Nianji pursed her lips. Perhaps from the moment Qin Suwen turned around, everything was destined. But it doesn't matter. I can accept this outcome, Lu Jin said gloomily. Only the He family can make the Qin family afraid and not dare to do anything to Suan again. Later, Suan and He Qingjian got together. From their relationship to their marriage, the Qin family could only suffer in silence. Qin Yaoguang didn't even dare to make a fuss. She had to swallow her anger and pretend to be magnanimous. Lu Jin chuckled. Man proposes, but God disposes. They plotted for so many years, but I didn't expect everything to get back on track in the end. Gu Nianji didn't know why, but she felt even more uncomfortable when she heard this. Yes, with the protection of the He family, Qin Suan had indeed survived peacefully. She no longer had to worry about others secretly plotting against her. However, ever since Gu Nianji was born, Qin Suan had once again been in unknown danger. Gu Nianji said faintly. If it weren't for me, would the Qin family have never plotted against Qin Suan again? Lu Jin was stunned for a moment and quickly shook his head. Nianji, don't take the blame for other people's mistakes. Remember, you're the victim. Just like your mother, you're all innocent victims. Don't forget, the main purpose of the virus that Qin Yaoguang infected your doll was to deal with you. Lu Jin couldn't bear to say it. She was testing your gene's ability to resist the virus. Suan's congenital heart disease worsened later, and it was all because of her. These things had already been exposed in the court of the other world through the secretly recorded video of Qin Yaoguang's secret laboratory. However, Gu Nianji was still in a bad mood. Fortunately, Lu Jin wasn't in front of her and couldn't see her, so she suppressed her sobs and said nonchalantly, "Dad, I understand. I'm going to take a shower. Have you had lunch?" Lu Jin didn't hear Gu Nianji's strange emotions. He was very happy that Gu Nianji had changed the topic, so he quickly said, "Not yet. Boss Lu is cooking in the kitchen, and after he's done, he wants me to deliver it to Miss Song. I'm going to pack up the lunch box. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. Remember to come over and play when you're free." Gu Nianji nodded and hung up the phone. She went back to the bathroom in her room and cried to her heart's content. After crying, she realized that her eyes were red and swollen. She applied an eye mask for a long time and applied eye concealer before she managed to cover it up. After doing this, she carefully checked her bottles of skincare and cosmetics. Fortunately, they were all within their expiration date. The things that Hu Xiaoheng had given her were all well taken care of. The expired ones had all been thrown away, and he had even restocked them for her once. When her phone rang, Hu Xiaoheng told her that breakfast was ready and asked her to go to the treehouse. Gu Nianji's mood only improved. She changed into a pair of old, washed blue skin-tight jeans, white sneakers, and a Morandi pink knitted jumper that hung loosely over her upper body. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and she walked towards the treehouse with a youthful aura. In addition to entering the treehouse from her bedroom, there was also a wooden ladder that she could walk up from the yard on the first floor. Hu Xiaoheng came straight from the first floor. Gu Nianji entered the treehouse and saw that it was neatly arranged. The bedding was placed in a few waterproof wooden boxes against the wall. The treehouse was covered with wooden floors and painted with waterproof varnish. There was a rectangular low table on the floor with white porcelain bowls and plates on it. There was also a bamboo steamer that was steaming and smelling good. Gu Nianji had just opened the steamer to take a sniff when she suddenly heard a few loud barks coming from under the tree. Gu Nianji, she moved to the door of the treehouse and poked her head out through the gaps in the green leaves. A small, short-legged corgi looked up in her direction and was jumping and barking on the ground with all its strength. "Aw, cool. Are you here to see Mama?" Gu Nianji waved in surprise and almost fell from the treehouse. This is today's big chapter update, Chapter 1941, Won't Think of Going Anywhere Else. The monthly votes can be saved for the end of the month. but the recommendation votes must be cast every day. P.S. Yesterday's 2 original poems, look at the author's words at the end of the chapter. I've put that paragraph in the author's words at the end of today's chapter. The whole paragraph has been put in. P.S. I've posted a survey on Weibo to see how many people are willing to buy the General's physical book. If you have Weibo, please help to comment, like, and forward it. My Weibo account, author, Cambrian. Welcome fans everyone, little angels. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.